Welcome to Leicester, where day one of the Premier League brought us so much drama, so many close finishes, starting with the opening match. Albion Ocean, the defending champion, pushed all the way by the veteran Earl Strickland. Ocean just getting home by 5 racks to 4. Then a double helping of the former US Open champion Jason Shaw. First of all, he beat his good friend Chris Melling in the Anglo-Scottish clash, and then whitewashed Soa. And next up was last year's world champion Shane van Boening, a win over Kunlin, followed by another against the teenager Khalid Al-Ghamdi, but hard work in both cases. And the man who replaced van Boening as world champion last month, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, made a winning start right at the end of the afternoon session, comfortably beating Strickland. 5 racks to 1, that one finished. And then into the evening, Sanjin Pelovanovic, the last player to get his campaign underway. Not a winning start, though. He was up against Skyler Woodward, who got his first win at the third time of asking. And the opening day's play on the main table was finished with a double helping of world champion FSR. 2 close matches, came out the right side against Chu Chi Yu, but was then beaten by 5 racks to 4 by Pelovanovic. So let's have a look at where that leaves us. After day one, 3 players winning all 3 of their matches. Konrad Yasusin of Poland ahead on the racks countback from Jason Shaw and Albion Ocean. Also a 100% start for Alex Pagulayan, although he only played 2 matches. At the other end of the table, Kunlin, Chu Chi Yu and Soa will be looking for improvement today if they're to be in that shake-up to be one of the 10 players going through to the weekend. And here is what's coming up on this Tuesday at the Morningside Arena. Kunlin and Duptien will be first up. A double helping then of Jason Shaw. We'll see SVB against Chris Melling. Then Strickland will be back on against Alex Pagulayan, and world champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz rounding things off against Skyler Woodward. You can also follow the action on Table 2 on Matchroom Multisport YouTube throughout the day. Konrad Yasusin, as I was saying, top of the table, and he's got a chance to strengthen that position early in the day with a back-to-back set of matches against Chris Melling and Soa. He'll also be on in the last of the session against Sanjin Pelovanovic, and lots of action in between to look forward to as well over on Table 2 on another busy day here in Leicester at the Premier League. Wonderful as always to have the company of Jeremy Jones. What was your standout moment of day one, JJ?
I think it has to be FSR, traveling the same day, and you know, he's had so much success. It's easy to maybe, you know, take a day off, especially with so much traveling, but he grinded it out. He got 2 out of 3 wins and a pretty good start.
Okay, so Francisco Sanchez Ruiz defying a bit of jet lag and travel time, much like yourself, Jeremy. I know you were just getting here transatlantic as we were getting things started. So here we are then with Kunlin and Duptien, 2 players who will both look to improve on yesterday. Kunlin lost all 3 matches. Long also played 3 and just the 1 win under his belt. That came in the last match.
Kunlin wins the luck
against Soa, after having only won 2 racks in the first couple of matches.
First rack, Kunlin to break.
And apologies if you couldn't hear Jeremy at the start there. We did have an issue with the microphone, which has been cleared up now.
Yeah, and I got here fairly early this morning, and Wu was here practicing, trying to make up for yesterday's play. Semi-finalist in the World Nineball, and a very accomplished player. This table, though, we've noticed it's been hard to make the one on the break in the side. That's the ball that most of the players are trying to get at. It's been few and far between. Looks like a pretty easy safety behind the pink 4 here, kind of banging the 1 down table. Could try to come up on the 4 ball. And let's let this get away a little bit. And that's the thing, do you just lay behind it for the eclipse, or do you really try to get the premium out of the safety coming up on the pink 4? And now it's left an opening shot. Combinations are never easy, especially from some distance, but this one lays fairly natural. What I've noticed from Duptien is he's a shot maker. Sometimes gets a little loose with the cue ball, but shot that with a lot of confidence. I thought he would roll it. I know it's a hard ball to roll, but it was really easy position rolling that combination. A little bit of hard luck to get snookered there going into the 9, and now probably the jump cue. Pretty good effort, but Wu's going to come away with a decent starter on the 1. I think it does go by the 2 in the corner. It certainly plays in the right middle. 6-8 did get tied up on that jump shot, though, so a lot of work. Yeah, doing the comms with Alex yesterday, he brought up on several occasions that, you know, you want to be that final 10 to advance, and records are erased. So it doesn't matter how you get there, but tell you what, playing your better pool is how you want to do it, and mentally that will definitely serve some purpose.
Yeah, what we were saying yesterday was I think you would need to be getting at least 6 wins to get through, and as we saw last year, even that wasn't enough to guarantee it because there were multiple players on 6 and it came down to a racks countback. So I guess the aim has got to be 7, which would pretty much secure your place in that next phase.
Yeah, somewhat around 50% you got to figure is going to guarantee you into that final 10. He's gotten in a pretty nice position here, probably early in the match and not with a win on the board yet. Probably plays for the safety on the 6 instead of trying to open the 6-8. Probably just draw the cue ball back to the center of the table, then bang the 6 around, trying to use the 8 as a snooker. Now he's going to get really good on the bank, so this is going to be a little bit of a teaser, I think, and going to be hard for Wu not to shoot at.
Extension code.
Yeah, 1 extension allowed per rack over and above the allotted 30 seconds.
Yeah, nice shot there, and got kind of straight on the 8, so we'll see how he can work the cue ball to improve his position on the 9, but can't overlook this 8 ball, especially if you're trying to work the cue ball. He's not taking much time here, so he's going to, I think, take a cut on the 9. And he's going forward to the top rail. It's got to go a bit. A little bit of a tester here in rack 1.
Kunlin, one of just 3 players in the field of 16 who didn't register a win on the opening day, needs to get off to a good start today. Has won the opener. Over on the other table, Chris Melling has won the first rack against Konrad Yasusin, who was coming into today with a 100% record. And there is a lot of pressure on someone like Kunlin, having not won yesterday. You almost don't really feel you're part of the tournament yet until you get that first win on the board.
Yeah, like anything else, the first and the last, the hardest to win. I think he's a pretty seasoned player, though. Probably just trying to get a fresh start, play his best pool, and see what happens.
Trailing by 1 rack to 0.
Yeah, first of 3 matches for him today. He plays Chu Chi Yu later. And then in the evening session, we'll face Skyler Woodward.
Yeah, it's amazing what one win, the complexion of one win out of 3. Oh, an awful kiss on the cue ball here. What one win out of 3 in comparison to 0 looks like.
Start the clock, please.
Okay, ball in hand, just wants to get a little towards the center of the table, gaining an angle on the 2 to come back for the 3 in the side. A lot of work in this rack, but that's the imminent problem.
The defeats were getting steadily heavier as the day went on yesterday for Kunlin. He actually pushed Shane van Boening hard in his first match, beaten 5-4. Then lost 5-3 to Alex Pagulayan, and it was 5-2 against Chris Melling.
Well, definitely a different look from yesterday. Stroke is really in form so far.
We referred earlier to his run to the semi-finals of the World Championship in Poland last month, and just look at the players he beat along the way. Alex Kazakis 11-2, Naoki 11-4. Close one against Max Lechner, but came through at 11-9 and then beat Duan Kwok Hwang to get to the semi-finals, where I think he was probably seen as favourite to beat Mohamed Soufi, but ended up losing 11-6.
Yeah, it was just a strange match, and somewhat like the Albin Ocean match with Soufi. I think just feeling like such a favorite in such a big moment maybe got the best of him. Never really got the chance to talk to Albin about that match and how he felt mentally. I'm very curious still.
Extension code.
He's got to be pretty good touch here, drawing the cue ball back for the 7 with the 9 in there. He went in and went past the 7, a smart shot. Now in a great position just to come 1 rail up the center of the table. Could kind of draw it 2 rails out of the corner. A little stun.
No means a new name on the global pool scene. A very good showing at the China Open back in 2016. Took 3rd place there, and probably the biggest title he's won was the Las Vegas Open 2021. Beat Omar Al Shaheen in the final, who had been runner-up in the World Championship that year. Scratch off the break from Long Duptien. Proved to be a costly moment for him. Kunlin off to a very pleasing start. He leads by 2 racks to 0. 1-1 on the other table between the group leader Konrad Yasusin and Chris Melling. What would you say about Kunlin, Jeremy, in terms of his strengths as a player that you would have picked up on over the years?
No, just solid all the way around. I wouldn't say anything's too, you know, outstanding in his game. A very consistent player, and you know, like a lot of the guys that, you know, when they get comfortable, very dangerous player as well, and just doesn't do a whole lot wrong. And probably he would tell you he could improve maybe in all areas, but that's just how the players are. But it's just going to be the type of player, if you make any kind of real glaring mistakes, he's going to beat you.
Kunlin to break.
Probably consistency more than anything.
It's a hard sport to achieve consistency in, isn't it? Because you've got so many players who are capable of playing to a high level all around the world. To get consistently good results, so challenging. 2-0 here.
Yeah, especially with the game of Nineball itself. I mean, it can work against you at times, and Chinese Taipei players have always been some of the most consistent players. Going to leave a little bit of a swerve shot between the 5 and 6. I think a kick shot to the left long rail. Very playable. I like the kick shot here, I think, more than the swerve. Now he's running back for the jump cue. Wow.
Extension code.
So he's got to jump. Maybe not much of the 5. It is some distance away from the cue ball. Got to imagine he's going to try and bang the 1 around the table and hold the cue ball behind the 2 and the 4, maybe the 7. You don't figure he's going for the cut shot. Got it a little thin. Gonna need some good fortune.
Carl was saying yesterday, Jeremy, about the modern jump cues, that they make it so much easier to play the shot. Now, I know you're not a scientist, but can you explain to us what it is that enables you to play the jump shot so well these days with these modern cues?
Well, a little bit the carbon fiber, of course, I think helps make the technology very consistent versus the wood. I think the technique has changed a little bit, where it's not as much of an arm swing, a little bit more wrist action at impact with the equipment being so good. And of course, I think the players just themselves practicing it. I mean, I used to be around and we had jump cues before. Years ago, they weren't quite as effective, of course, but when you were in the practice room, you just didn't see players practice it near as much. And now that the equipment's so effective, I think mainly the players putting in the time to become so good with the jump cue is the biggest difference. Tricky little shot here. He may spin with a low right ball in between the 5-8, a couple rails around to the left long rail, just trying to get a shot at the 4. Like a low, yeah, he's cueing low right. This should spin a couple rails, but around the 8, and real nice.
Yesterday was a day which got steadily better as it went on for Long Duptien. Beaten 5-0 in his opening match by Conrad Yasution. Lost again against Naoki Oi, but at least managed to get a couple of racks on the board this time at 5-2, and then at last got that first win in his last match of the opening day against Soa in a hill finish. It was frustrating for him, the first couple of racks in this match. Didn't really get a chance to get into it, but got his opportunity here. Taking it well at the moment.
Yeah, not taking much time doing so. Doesn't want to fall too thin on the 8. Doesn't want to make it too touchy. He's going to go with a high ball here, trying to come 2 rails past the side. This should do. Just a little keel shot. Maybe drag this in. Cue ball starts with low English and then turns over to top.
Played his way into the contest now. Long Duptien off the mark. Kunlin still leads, but that's now reduced to 2-1.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Conduct on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Not much of a look in for Long Duptien in the first couple of racks here against Kunlin, but he got his chance there in rack 3 and took it well. So he's off the mark now. It's 2-1, and the man from Vietnam has the break in rack 4.
Yeah, much thinner hit on the one there than he wanted. It's going to work out. It's going to leave a very difficult situation for Wu. Even pushing out, you can't push out to some type of jump. That's not going to get given back. And the kick shot seems to me, the rail first, very difficult.
It's the situation we have sometimes. You have to move balls around to get things set up properly after the break. Nicely done. There's a Slava Bozolova, the referee, also well known on the international snooker scene.
Yeah, I wonder where he's going to roll out to here, or push out rather. He may look to tie a ball up here because he's in such a bad situation. You want to lengthen the game, just like any sport when you're behind. I don't think he's going to get that jump shot back. Thought he may maybe move the 7 up on the 3, maybe something like that, and play for the kick shot on the 1. Be hard pressed to think that that Tien is going to give this back. There is a piece of the 1 to cut it in. I'll tell you what, he barely got the snooker, I think. A little light with the push out there. I put a little right English there, and it curved a little early on him, got behind the 1, and not going to leave anything offensive, but a pretty easy safety here for Kunlin Wu. I could simply put him behind the 5. I think he may come back behind the 6 with the cue ball. We'll see. He went ahead and played behind the 5. May have left that side rail, that right side rail, to get at the 1.
Extension code.
Very nice hit there, and very much intended, following the cue ball up off the 1-up table. A little fortunate to get the snooker, but good percentage play. And Wu will kick this with a high ball. You see him, he kind of cues low, but then comes up with the tip. And he caught it thin. This may end up being okay, though. He's definitely left a shot, but it's a tester, Michael. Fairly natural coming across for the 2, though. What age do we have on man from Vietnam? Seems pretty young, right?
Well, yeah, I've actually been trying to find out that very thing, and it remains a little bit of a mystery, so I'll try and establish that. Yeah, has made a growing reputation for himself over the last 12 months or so. He played in the Asian Open in Singapore last summer, got to the last 32, and he beat Carlo Beato on the way, so it's obviously a good sign for him. Got to single elimination at the World Championship last month. Pushed John Morra hard in the last 64 before losing 11-8.
John Morra, there seems a name to me that's kind of trending in the right direction. Even the losses he's taken in some of the big events, he's played incredible pool.
Yeah, the good win over Jason Shaw coming from behind. The World Championship, another big landmark for him.
Yeah, and if you want to see a treat of a match, Mario He, I think it was, him and John Morra there. Both of them played so well, it was hard to see either player get beat and knocked out of the event. A pretty simple business here. Just should play for the 5 in the lower right, get you naturally to the 6. A little bit of work on the 7, but nothing too terribly tough.
Talked about his run to the World semi-finals, but he'd been there before, back in 2017. Comfortably beat the defending champion Albin Ocean along the way, and Carlo Beato, who we mentioned just there a moment ago, finally ended his run in the semi-finals, 11-6, went on to beat Roland Garcia in an all-Philippines final. And even the following year, Wu was in the quarterfinals of the World Championship. Beat some good players, Max Lechner, Lu Haitao, Petri Mäkinen. Again, Beato who beat him in the quarters. Seems to be something of a specialist in that format. Hasn't been going so well in the short format here, but he has a chance here to move within 2 racks of registering that first win.
Yeah, everything's a little magnified in these races to 5, but they are playing so many matches. Once they do what they do best, which is just settle in and play and let the chips fall where they may. That's what he's done so far here in this match on day 2.
And with that, Wu Kunlin goes 2 clear once again at 3-1. Good match going on over on table 2. Konrad Yasusin, who won all of his matches yesterday and is top of the table going into day 2, is leading 3-2 against Chris Melling, who only got 1 win from 3 yesterday. You can follow all the Table 2 action throughout the week on Matchroom Multisport YouTube. If Yasusin was to win that match, his next one is straight after it against Soa. Now, he'd be a big favourite to win that, and that will give him a chance to have 5 wins on the board already, and be barely into day 2. He'd be on the brink of clinching his place in the next phase.
Yeah, that would be
Five.
a sweet
Conlin,
feeling, and I
leading
kind of
3-1.
picked him to be the top Polish player at the World Nineball there in Poland. Didn't work out, but he's been in form for some time, in my opinion anyways, and some of the best ball I've seen from Konrad. Had a pretty good U.S. Open, a good international. Of course, the big foot, he got to the final there at the Derby. Yeah, the one on the side has been very difficult on this table.
Push out code.
Not been a great match for the breaking, has it? Wu did pot one off the break in the first rack, but then Leong had the scratch, and 3 dry breaks between them since then.
And very difficult push out situations. May have left a sliver of the one, but not pocketable, but could kick to the top rail behind the one, knock it down table. Trying to use the 3 as some type of snooker. Now he's looking at the rail first. It's tough. Looking to see if there's enough space between the 3 and 9 to get to that left side rail. Even if there is enough space, it's not a complete hanger. He's got to draw it a little bit with the right spin to get around the 8 to come down for position on the 2. So a lot going on with this shot. Beauty. May fall underneath this. I'll tell you, it may be hard for him to pass on this. He does have the corner or the side. And this is the dilemma in the races to 5, especially, you know, both these players really on the back end of the order of the 16 players so far. Is it going to make you change the way your shot selection is at times? You know, you look at a shot like this as pretty easy safety, but you know what makes these players great is staying aggressive. Really nice touch and a little creativity there from Wu.
Yeah, and there's got to be a whole different mindset to most tournaments where even in double elimination, you know, if you lose a match for the first time and you go to the one-loss side, then you're under a lot of pressure. You know, in this format, the worst that can happen if you lose the match is you still have so many matches left to turn that round, and that's bound to affect the psychology. That the risk of losing and the price of losing is nowhere near as great in this format as it would be in most tournaments.
It's definitely not so obvious, right? I mean, now as the days go on, the pressure will build, and we're going to have some matches that between 2 players that will kind of tell their fate for the rest of the event. But I'll tell you, so far, I didn't get to see him play a ton yesterday, but played rock solid so far in this match, opening match on day 2. And maybe that had something to do with yesterday. You know, maybe he didn't play as aggressive at times, playing a little tighter. Just like any other sport, you can have a little talk with yourself and try and change your mental state.
Field of 16, Wu Kunlin was one of just 3 players not to register a win on the opening day. But he might be the first player to get one on day 2, because he's on the hill at 4-1. Much closer over on the other table. It's 3-all between Konrad Yasusin and Chris Melling. Yasusin at the table in rack 7. Looking to get to the hill, 5 balls away from doing so. Now this is the first of 3 matches for Wu Kunlin today, as I was saying earlier. As for Long Duptien, he'll be back in action in probably an hour or so over on table 2 against Khalid Al-Ghamdi. And then later in the day, he faces Shane van Boening.
Now, Michael, do you recall what's the most wins in the first stage in the Premier?
Well, we only had that 1 year last year. It was the first year of this format. We had the Championship League.
That's right. That's right.
A different format. I will check that. I think it was maybe 13.
Wow. I'm sure Albin, I guess.
Well, Albin actually fell away a bit after winning his first 10 last year. He then lost his next 4.
Oh, wow. So again, the break very difficult on the main table.
What we have seen with this format last year, which was the first time it was played, it's long enough for huge waves of form to come and go. We saw different players at different times who were struggling, then they'd suddenly win a match and go on a run, maybe win 4 or 5 in a row. Skyler Woodward certainly did something like that. Max Lechner likewise after a dreadful start, and then equally so, as I said, in the case of Ocean. Looked like he couldn't lose, and then once he got that 1 defeat, looked like he was struggling to get another win on the board.
You know, nice shot there at 4-1. That was difficult to kill the cue ball behind the 2, and we're going to see a jump shot. It may go off of this 1, maybe at the 3 or at the 4, trying to pocket a ball with the cue ball, kissing off the yellow 1.
Extension code.
It looks like he's maybe trying to bank the 1 away. He's gotten a double kiss, and this is going to serve up a shot, maybe to a small portion of the pocket, but I think it is playable. So he's not too happy about it. I think the 1 does play. It's just a difficult angle to try and get the cue ball to work towards the 2. He's been really solid with the stroke, not much body movement. Really kind of 1 shot away from most likely taking this victory. A lot of work left, but if he gets on this 3, you got to like his chances.
Yeah, I just had a look back at the records there. It was 13 for Joshua Filler. But then, again, in the second phase, as we were saying, he then went through a run at one point over that weekend where he was struggling to find a win, went on a bit of a losing streak. So form will come and go over so many matches. Remember, the 4 players who get to the semi-finals will already have played 29 matches by the time they get there. Conrad Yasuchin is now on the hill on table 2, leading Chris Melling 4-3.
And Chris Melling just made a beautiful cross-side corner bank on the 3, only to get snookered, it appears. So, little touchy shot here coming out of the pocket. Could play a rail first, catching the pink thin, running the cue ball. An additional 2 rails in between the 7-8 and back on top of the 5, but I think that's what he's doing. Yeah, it's a thin rail first, so it's always scary. Looks like Chris is giving up ball in hand and maybe giving up that match. And can't do a whole lot with the cue ball here, just trying to knock this in and get a look at the green 6.
Yeah, that looks to be over on table 2. It's about as easy a 7, 8, 9 run out as you could hope to have for Yasuchin. So it looks as though he's going to 4 wins from 4. Looks as though that one may finish just marginally before this one. Yasuchin will only have lost 7 racks across his first 4 matches. So impressive stuff for the man from Poland.
Wins the record
as he closes out a 5-3 win there. We look to be moments away from a result here on table 1 also. So Wu Kunlin lost all 3 of his matches yesterday, but he finally got his Premier League campaign up and running. From 2-1, he's pulled away with 3 in a row and has beaten Long Duptien by 5 racks to 1 and is the first winner on table 1 today. Next up, it's Jason Shaw against Naoki Oi. We'll have that for you in about 5 minutes' time.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions!
It's time for a little bit of damage down.
Let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
Three defeats out of three for Kunlin on the opening day. Really needed a winning start to the second day of this Premier League, and he got it. From 2-1, he pulled away with three in a row to defeat Vietnam's Long Duptien by 5 racks to 1. Let's have a look at where it all fits in. Konrad Yasution, 5-3 winner over Chris Melling over on table 2, has now got 4 wins out of 4 and is already very well placed to be among the 10 going through to the next phase. Jason Shaw and Alban Ocean both with 3 wins. We're going to be seeing Shaw in just a few moments' time. And as you can see, Kunlin has really improved his situation now by getting that first win on the board. So now it's just Chu Chi Yu and So Soa looking for their first wins of the tournament. So over on to Yasution straight back into action against So Soa. They're in the opening rack. He'll be playing again on table 2 at the end of the session against Sanjin Pelovanovic. If he keeps going like this, what a strong position he could be in by the end of this session. Kunlin, as you can see there, who we've just seen winning, will be back on looking to continue that against Chu Chi Yu. That will be towards the end of the session on 2. Here on 1, this is what we've got for you. Shane van Boening later against Chris Melling. Earl Strickland, who we saw more of than anyone yesterday with his 4 matches. He'll be playing Alex Pagulayan. And world champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz will be rounding off the afternoon session against Skyler Woodward. But before all that, it's a double helping of Jason Shaw up against Chu Chi Yu shortly. But first, taking on Naoki Oi. Always a treat to watch Jason Shaw playing pool, isn't it, JJ?
I was thinking that about both these guys. Oi, I think has struggled at times this year, but trying to find it. And Jason, who's changed a little bit, gone back to the shorter cue, more standard length cue. played very well yesterday. Well, he made the one on the side. We didn't see that at all in our opening match. And a very nice starter here on the 3-ball.
"40 years of age now, Naoki Oi from Japan, ranked 20th in the world.
Yeah, made a bit more of a name for himself with his interviews, his entertainment, his energy, right? But in the last couple of years has had some incredible finishes in some of the biggest events and making more of a name for himself with the cue stick, you would say.
Yeah, I think some people misinterpreted his antics off the table as the sign of someone who wasn't really that serious about the game, but don't be fooled by that at all. He's a very dedicated player and very determined to succeed, and as you say, in the last couple of years he's been finding that bit more consistency.
Yeah, he's a joy to be around, really, just always a pleasant guy and always nice things to say. And tell you, he'd be a great guy to have in your corner traveling the world if you're a pool player. And getting on with it here in rack number 1.
Well, absolutely. This is a very fine start. Jason Shaw won all of his matches yesterday. Hasn't even been to the table in the opening rack. Ideal start from Naoki Oi. Pretty good day for Oi yesterday. Won 2 of his 3 matches. Started off by beating Earl Strickland 5-3. And then defeated Long Duptien 5-2. His only defeat came in his last match of the day against Konrad Yasusin, who was the star of day 1. That one finished 5-3 in favour of the man from Poland. He's been around some time. He was in the World Championship semi-finals over a decade ago, back in 2012. Beat Torsten Homan, our own Carl Boys as well, and was eventually defeated in the last 4 by the eventual champion, Darren Appleton.
Yeah, interesting that Jason broke from what is his right side of the box. We talked about it a lot on this table. He's the one who brought it up to me first. Very difficult to make the one in the side, it seems, but with his opponent making the one from the opposite side, breaking position. Just thought maybe Jason would follow suit. A big ugly cluster here on the bottom right part of your screen with the 3-5-6. Now, I like the shot he played, just got a little elevated, so he's going to have to come across and get somewhat a short side on the 3 for the lower left corner. Besides cueing awkwardly, pretty natural angle, just got to dig on the cue ball a little bit. He's overcut it. This is the part of the game that I think Jason doesn't get enough credit at times. Obviously one of the straightest shooters in 9-ball pool, but
extension code.
Wins a lot of these battles as well, the safety battles. That's going to come long and catch the 7. He may get a roll here. It appears he did. Problem with this jump shot is, do you really try to jump to make it with the 3 covered up? May jump to try and clip the 2 and run the cue ball. Jason trying to get behind that cluster, catching the 7 on the way down. And the big stretch for the right-hander on the jump shot as well. That being Naoki Oi. And it looked like a little bit of a crazy shot, just kind of hitting the left side of the 2 and hoping, but Again, with the 3 covered up, he had to take a little chance. Didn't want to pocket the 2. Now Jason, not a tough hit on the 2, but he doesn't want to hit it really hard and open all these balls. Yes. Love this. I think the 7 did get to the cushion. I think Boy would like to hit 3 cushions underneath this 2, maybe slide the cue ball off the 2 into the 8, maybe pocket the 8 in the side pocket. Easy on this shot if you're trying to come behind it to whiff it off the 3rd rail. Oh, he hit it beautifully. Got a little contact on the 8. That was by design, Michael.
And having had that disappointing miss on the 2 earlier, he has a look at it here, and good chance for 2-0.
Yeah, he overcut the 2 to the pocket and overran the cue ball. He's got a tester combination being elevated over the 7. Pretty easy combo besides the cueing. Key to this shot is don't let up on it too much. Nice shot.
One of the few players to have now been involved in all 3 stagings of this tournament in its various forms. Milton Keynes 2 years ago when it was the Championship League. He won a really memorable Group 5 final against Roberto Gomez. Probably the match of the tournament, really. That got him into the winners group where the top 4 were going through to the semi-finals, and he almost made it, finished 5th and just missed out on a racks countback for the last semi-final place to the eventual winner of the tournament, Alban Ocean. And then when it became the Premier League, again in Milton Keynes last year, he was involved once more, but it was a disappointing campaign. He ended up finishing 13th in a field of 16. But in the present day, he's off to a flyer here.
Naoki wins the rack.
He leads Jason Shaw 2-0, and he'll have the break in the next rack.
Yeah, never accused of being a slow player, but playing at an even faster pace than I've ever seen him play.
Over on table 2, Konrad Yasusin lost the opener to Soa, but has now levelled up 1-1 and ball in hand with a chance to lead as he goes in search of his 5th win from 5 matches already in this tournament. I keep saying, when's it going to happen? When are we going to see one of this sizable Polish contingent come through and win an event of this profile? He's certainly making a good start in his quest to do that here in Leicester this week. Naoki Oi has made a good start to this match, leading 2-0.
Really unloading on the rack, pocketing 2 balls, and it looks like he's going to get a look at the 1 and a chance to extend his lead. Definitely going to stay offensive here. He actually made the wing ball, which we haven't seen much of here on this table.
In a really consistent 2022 in the big high-profile events. Last 16 of the World Championship and the UK Open. Last 32 of the US Open. And he also had a very good run at the Asian Open, which will be a similar sort of event to those this year. Well, in its staging in Singapore last summer, he got all the way to the semi-finals. So was very consistently producing good tournaments throughout 22.
Yeah, had a heck of a year in 21 as well.
Yeah, highlight of that, I guess, was the semi-final run at the US Open and almost made the final, only just lost to Carlo Biado. He'd beaten some very good players to get that far. FSR, Fedor Gorst. Very good World Championship that year as well. Got to the last 16 for the 2nd time in a row.
Well, a hair short of his mark here, so he's going to have to draw the cue ball back to the rail where he's standing, then back over.
So, Naoki Oi has had the break. twice in this match. Both times he's run out from it. He also took the rack in between, and that's why Naoki Oi has raced into a 3-0 lead over Jason Shaw.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Conduct on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Naoki Oi off to an absolute flyer here, playing so well in the early stages against Jason Shaw and leading by 3 racks to 0. Shaw has really got to turn this round if he's to continue his winning start to this Premier League.
Trailing 3-0.
Yeah, and switching sides now on the break. Well, he's going to like seeing a ball go down and maybe something to get going offensively. We don't know if he's pocketed a ball in this match, really. A little off angle on the 1 here to get on the 3 and near the rail with the cue ball, so drawing the cue ball probably pretty difficult. Now he's looking to see if the 3 passes the 7. He may have to play some type of short side position, just kind of rolling the 1 in. Good thing for him the 4's near. He's going to fall behind this a little bit, make it much more difficult. He will attack though. Looks like he's going between the 5-6 with the 3.
From Scotland, but been based in the States for some time now, where he runs his own pool room. And he'll be hosting the Connecticut Open in September of this year, which will be a world ranking event. Of world ranking events, he's going on from here to play in Bosnia next week in the first of the 4 Balkan Tour events, which have been listed for world ranking points this season.
In a good position here to get on the board. See him there with the extension, and it's funny to me. I wonder if, he played so long with the really long cue stick, right, with a little more weight. I wonder if he puts that extension on and it's kind of like brings back memories of playing so well with the long cue.
Well, he'll have good memories of how he's played in this rack. He opened his account. Naoki Oi's lead reduced to 3-1. Over on table 2, Soa is really giving the group leader, Konrad Yasution, tough battle early on there. She's 3 balls away from leveling at 2 apiece. Yasution having won all 4 of his matches so far. What do you think would have been the thinking, the rationale behind Shaw making those changes to his cue that you were talking about? Is it just a case of trying different things and hoping something works?
Well, we spoke a little bit about it, and he just feels like certain conditions he'll go back to the longer cue, maybe when it's a little stickier or a little more damp. Conditions a little harder to move the cue ball, but he spent some time in Sheffield, right, before he came here, and maybe the man he worked with over there maybe opened his eyes to a little something different. And a little loss of the cue ball here in game number 5. He's got to surrender ball in hand to an ugly rack, but you know what ball in hand usually means for these guys.
Start the clock, please.
Yeah, that was Steve Feeney he was working with, who has a wonderful and well-deserved reputation in the world of snooker, as he turned around the careers of so many players, most notably Mark Williams, who went on to win his 3rd world title 15 years after his 2nd, having worked with Feeney. So it'll be interesting to see over time, as those bits of work he's done with Steve Feeney bed in, how Shaw gets on this year.
And he's so concerned about this angle here because it looks like he's going to try and open some balls up on this side rail, the 7, 8, or 9 maybe. Maybe push the 9 towards the pocket. So have a lot of speed. Now he's looking to see if the 8 passes the 9 from later in the rack. Took a little bit of a chance on the breakout, but that's just part of the game. This is going to fall a little straight. I guess he has the side pocket to use on the 3, maybe, to run the cue ball for the 4. All these matches he gets to play, you know, in a new position with the hardware in his hands. And we'll see really when the pressure gets a little higher later in the event, which we expect Jason to be in that final 10, but then we'll see how he reacts, you know, with the new equipment.
In a way, it's the ideal event to be playing in when you're trying to make some changes and do some experimentation, because you do have all those matches to play your way in.
Yeah, most of the players are so sharp, and Jason's definitely one of those players that, you know, is taking the feedback from, you know, the different changes he's making. And to me, I mean, that's a good sign if you're a Jason Shaw fan, not being settled with things, reflecting on what's happened the last couple of years. And, you know, sometimes you can size it up to the game of 9-ball, that things aren't just going your way, but really the smart ones really pick it apart and see where they can improve.
Jason Shaw wins the rack.
Well, you did say that we know what ball in hand usually means for these guys, and what it meant there was Jason Shaw, having trailed 3-0, closing now to just 1 behind at 3-2. He'll be breaking in the next rack with a chance to level. It is level on the other table, so Soa did make it 2-all against Konrad Yasution. Well, she's just given up ball in hand in the 5th rack. Yasution walking into a pretty promising situation there as he looks to go in front once again. This is the first of 2 in a row for Jason Shaw. He'll be staying on this table when this match is completed to play Chu Chi Yu. And there is Konrad Yasution, man of the tournament so far. He had 3 wins out of 3 yesterday. He's already had 1 today, and as we were saying, if he could win this match, he'd already be getting pretty close to securing his place in the next phase. Jason Shaw back to 3-2 behind.
Oh, there's that kiss on the cue ball we see so often.
Ball in hand.
Sometimes it works out in a good way, kicking the 9 in the side or the corner for an early win, but it does surrender the cue ball a good portion, it seems like.
And in that one moment, the whole complexion of the match changes. All the momentum was running with Shaw. He was looking to draw level. But now it's Oy with ball in hand and a chance to get to the hill, knowing that he'll be breaking in the next rack.
Little check on the cue ball there. 1 rail position. Now this is the one that means the most, position on the 5 to the 7. Looks like he's come 2 rails around it, but is that going to offer the proper angle? He's going to bump the 5. That'll actually make things a little easier. Just run the cue ball to the top rail. I think a high ball is okay here. Yeah, it looks like it. Just got to use a little touch.
This is one of the big differences, isn't it, with the alternate break format, because with winner breaks, you know when you get to the hill, you've only got 1 more breaking rack to try to win it. All he knows, in this instance, he'll have 2 goes at it should he need them. So it just changes the psychology a little.
Yeah, great point there, Michael. And really the only way, surprising he went forward there, but the only way to really play this format is alternate break.
Yeah, winner breaks is great for race to 9, race to 11 or whatever, but race to 5, it's got to be this way.
A nice shot there, and it's a shot he actually struggled with practicing this morning when I was watching. Knocked that one in nice.
Now the scratch on the break for the 2nd rack in a row, proving significant, this time in Oy's favour. And he'll have the break on the hill when we return.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
On the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
One moment can change so much when it's a short match, race to 5, and in rack 6, that was very much the case with Jason Shaw's scratch off the break, stalling his revival. So now it's Naoki Oy breaking on the hill.
And it appears to be a dry break, so we've had a variety of things so far off the break shot in this match. And one thing you talked about before the break is if you get 2 chances to break the balls to win the matches here in these races to 5, you've done your job. That's about the premium situation you can be in. Funny little shot here. Doesn't want to play it really with spin. Maybe a scratch in the corner. Okay, he played it with just straight. Going to come somewhat of 3 rails, I think, towards the 3 ball. Couldn't get too close to it, but did get that natural angle to get across for the 4. I don't know if the side is the greatest shot for position on the 5. May have to take this up in the corner and come back for the 5 in the side. Don't want to be drawing the ball. We're hitting it with much force from this angle into the side pocket. So
Extension code.
I think it's going to be the 4 in the upper right. Didn't get quite as much draw on the ball as he wanted, but just a shot away from most likely cutting this match to 4-3 and breaking in game number 8. Knocks this in the side. It should have natural position for the green in the same pocket.
Suddenly, the match has a different feel to it again. It's turned once more. Shaw set to close to only 1 behind. And as you said, he'll have the break in the next rack as he looks to take us all the way. So many 5-4 finishes yesterday. Could this be the first of today? Gap is reduced to 4-3. Konrad Yasusin continues to power on. From 2-all, he's made it 4-2 now against So-Soa on the other table, and he's in play with a chance to make it 5 wins from 5.
And he'll play our last match of the night. Most likely trying to go 6-0 to start this event. And I'll tell you, the break hasn't been really a friend to either one of these players here so far. Well, I guess Naoki Oi had a couple of breaking runs to start.
Yeah, seems a distant memory now.
Yeah, right. They've each had a scratch on the break and a dry break in the last for Oi.
Rack 8, Jason Schoenberg, trailing 4-3.
Shaw looking to make it 4 wins out of 4. Still got to win the last 2 racks.
He's pocketed 2 balls on the break. He's going to be near the 2 ball. Maybe something offensive. It's not easy though. I know he wants to attack, but that's what he's going to do. He's going to get some movement on the 9. Watch out for the cue ball as well. I was going to say up in the left corner on the 9.
Great spot, Jeremy. Great spot, and we're going all the way. We said Naoki Oi had given himself the chance to break for the match twice. Well, he's going to need both those opportunities. It was 4-2 in his favor. It's now all square. Let's look at it again.
As they say in New Orleans, like it had eyes, right up in the corner pocket.
Ball had eyes in favor of Eagle Eye. Well, we had 6 matches
Pretty
on the
solid
main
rock.
table go the distance
Very
yesterday,
good.
and 1 over on table 2. This is our first hill finish of this Tuesday in Leicester.
Oh, he's going to get the first shot to finish this match, and a good one. Everything pretty near. Not a whole lot of cue ball travel on this rack. Maybe from the 5 to the 6 is the biggest amount of work, it looks like. He played that pretty aggressively coming around the 9. Should just set up for a draw stroke off the purple 5 to get back to the 6. You can accomplish that. That's the real work in the rack.
Jason Shaw made a fight of it. At the moment, it looks as though it's all going to be in vain. Naoki will reflect on this match and look back and say he's played really well. This could be his 3rd run out from the break.
And every one of them crucial. One to start the match and what looks like one to end the match.
Jason Shaw is going to have his first defeat, which means he'll be left with 3 wins from 4 matches. Now, Naoki is in the same position. He did lead 3-0. That got pulled back to 3-2. Shaw later recovered from 4-2 down to level the match, but he didn't get a look in that deciding rack. Naoki has taken it, and he's won by 5 racks to 4. Shaw will be staying on to play Chu Chi Yu. Carl Boys and Alex Laley will be along to describe the action in that one for you in about 5 minutes' time.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new RMS tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My RMS Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My RMS, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo, champion of champions!
It's time for a little bit of damage scan.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
Welcome back to this year's Premier League pool here in Leicester. Well, we have just witnessed Jason Shaw versus Naoki in a classic. It was Oi who got the match won in the end with a break and run, his third of the match, as he beats Jason Shaw 5 racks to 4. There's the league table as it stands, still very early days of course. Jason Shaw still sits at second. Naoki with that win moves up to 4th. There's confirmation first match. Chris the Magician Melling goes down to Conrad 5-3. Conrad sits at the top of the table. He's our leader at the moment. Over on table 2, you can see playing a Hill match against Soa. That's available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. You can see the end of that match over there. Up next on table 1, Jason Shaw will stay on. He's playing Ladies World. Nineball champion Choche Yu. The other table, Jason's played a lock-up safe. Rita's got it all to do, even just to hit the 7. Big task. Look at this shot. Oh,
no.
Nearly flipped it.
Nice try.
Bow in hand.
Difficult route there.
Start the clock, please.
2 more balls for Seo. Justin hasn't lost any match as of yet. He's 4 out of 4.
Extension code.
10 seconds.
Yeah, and the opposite end of the scale, so Soa, he's yet to win a match, so big 9-ball coming up. Being laid it. Sure, we're all hoping she goes away with a win in the league. We don't want to see anyone go and have a complete nightmare. Can she pot this 9-ball? She can. She wins her first point of this year's PLP, and it's against the man who's at the top of the table.
Yeah.
Jason Shaw
That ended Justin, perfect run. up until now. And Shaw ends his run in the opening rack.
Thank you.
Played a nice tight safety on that 7. And Rita will regret playing that push out.
Jason's just put the extension on. Is the extension gone on for the break shot?
Yeah, good point. Don't know.
He's been playing the opening day and his first match today without the extension. Obviously, we've been so used to watching Jason Shaw use a cue that's probably around the 70-inch length
Second rock.
mark.
Jason short break, leading
Been
1-0.
over to see Mr. Steve Feeney for 4 days. Alex, you're a site right coach, so he's been working with Mr. Feeney in Sheffield.
They haven't been doing any side right work.
Okay.
And I thought that was a smart thing from Jason. Because side right breaks into your routines, into your pre-shot routine, which is very much an automated process. So if you work on it, you need to give yourself maybe 6 weeks, for things to settle. I wouldn't recommend doing that right before a competition.
So do you know what he has been working on?
Well, still snooker stuff, a little bit stance, back to the basics, keeping things simple. And as a matter of fact, extension has been taken off. So just for the break. And I think he looked very clinical yesterday, Jason.
Yeah, the first match against Melling was a little bit woeful, but he's managed to get the victory somehow. Chris should have definitely won that match. Since then,
Jason Shaw wins the rack.
yeah, he's looked a lot more competent. That was a good shot.
A good shot there. Yeah, but mostly very patient. And snooker will do that to your game. I feel.
Yeah, I think after the World Nineball Championships, he lost to John Morrow. And I feel like he feels like that match kind of got away from him a little bit. So, good to see him maybe, still thinking about the game, not just going along with the ride.
Yeah, going through the motions, just showing up, you can't do that. You have to keep on working, tweaking your game.
The third rack. Choche youth break, trailing 2-0.
Yes, he says Choche you to break, but we will call her by her stage name, Rita. That's what pool players call her around the world. And she's been working in the practice room on the break. She's been struggling a little bit. She generates some power.
Yeah, she's very productive. With an open bridge, very particular, like Jason Shaw actually. Feels so unnatural because you lose the cue. When you follow through, it flies up. Slow spin. I like her game. She's precise, also her cueing is very precise, and when she needs a little more speed, she has that big fluent backswing. Really has a powerful stroke. She has a good angle here to go forward, 2 rails, but then if she would end up straight on the 4, could become difficult to get from the 4 to the 5.
Won the Ladies World Nineball Championships, beating Alison Fisher in the final, 9 racks to 0. So that tells you all you need to know about this ladies' game. It's to bump the 8, doesn't want to sit on it. That's okay.
Nice. Good shot. Going forward 2 rails was easier, but the risk of ending up straight on the 4 was too big. Uh-oh, 6 balls big.
It's like we're going to see a jump shot as she goes for the short stick.
difficult jump. She's quite close to the 6. Needs a lot of elevation. I would say more than this. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, a lot of amateurs watching maybe think you have to hit the cue ball a little lower for the jump shot, but you don't. It's around centre, maybe just below.
Well, actually, if you hit center, where the cue ball's the thickest, then you get the easiest jump.
And in the modern era of the game, these jump cues now they're made so good, so you're getting a little help there. That was always going to be a tough pot. But she'll be disappointed. She carved out a good opportunity there off the break. The balls were all sitting, so that's a shame.
Not easy here for Shaw. He has a funny angle on the 6. Nice shot. Made it look very natural, but that shot would pose many problems for most pool players. Stun run through. And that's for a 3-0 lead over Chow-Che-Yu, Rita. Like you said, Carl, she carved out a good opportunity, failed to seize it. And that's a 3-zip lead for the Scotsman.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Jason Shaw to break, leading by 3-0.
Welcome back, Jason Shaw. This is just a dream start in this match. Unfortunately, lost his previous match, Naoki 5-4. Leads 3-0 over the ladies' world Nineball champ. Could have been 2-1. She missed a trick in the last rack. Yeah, Jason keeps putting the extension on the cue for the break, just trying to generate that bit more power with the longer cue. Can this snip in the side, or is it a bit too thin?
Seems thin, and I don't like the bank. It's a lot of cut. Nice. Simple, yet effective. Especially with that cue ball being so close to the long rail. Just looking at the top rail. The thing is, you have these 5 balls, 6 balls with the 1 ball on this side of the table. It's a little harder hit. Now I would feel to be unlucky there. Anything but a full hit on the 1 would have given her a solid chance for a resave.
Jason's going to come with something here because it's not just a case of potting this ball. He's got to get some form of angle on the red 3.
Extension code.
Because the pink 4 is on the top rail. Over on table 2, Khalid Al-Mandi from Saudi Arabia, the young 17-year-old SVB Junior Open champion. He's playing long 10 from Vietnam. He trails 1-0. Both players not really done much so far in the opening day and a half, so they're both looking for a good day today.
Great shot there by Shaw. Little bit like the 6 in the previous rack, using a natural line, not needing any side spin.
Yesterday I noticed Alex a couple of shots he's just landing a little shy of pace. I think he needs a little more time with a shorter cue. I think the longer cue was just helping him generate more power. Obviously the potting's still there.
Nice. Yeah, but throughout the whole day I saw everyone landing short. No one overran the mark. It's just the table seems to be playing a little bit slower than what they're used to.
Extension code.
Difficult position for Rita. I would maybe consider banking the 4 towards the 5, make it come past the side pocket and hope that the 5 blocks the lane for the 4 ball.
She could maybe go for the bank shot. She has. She's attempted the bank. It's close.
Very nice. Yeah, all in. There was very little chance of hiding behind the 7. But that's what champions do. Choosing between a difficult safety and a difficult attacking option, they'll go for attack and offense. Look at the backswing. Plenty of action there.
Yeah, she times the ball nicely, doesn't she? She gets a lot out of the stroke. She's been around the ladies game a long time as well. This is for the first rack. There goes
Georgia,
the 9
you
ball.
missed the rack.
Trails 3-1. World Pool Masters tickets and UK Open tickets are both on sale if you want to come and watch one of the biggest tournaments, World Nineball Tour calendar. See the world's greatest live. Maybe even meet myself and Alex. I'm sure that's how on your bucket list. Head over to Matchroom Pool socials. All information is on there, matchroompool.com. Also, Jason Shaw will be there. Should have won that event, World Pool Masters. Lost to Pagulayan in the final. Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember
Track
that
5.
very well.
Georgia, youth break.
No, he lost to
3-1.
Katie.
Pagulayan.
No. Katie. 100%.
Jason Shaw lost to Al-Qaeda.
Yeah.
I'll have you a sneaky little beer on that one.
Didn't Pagulayan miss the 9-ball to beat Jason?
Captain, don't start backtracking.
No.
I think Shaw lost to Pagulayan.
No, because the only World Pool Masters that Pagulayan won was in Vegas.
Oh, I owe you a beer. It was the semi-final, wasn't it?
Yeah, won by Jason. That's that horrible 9 that Pagulayan missed. And then the nervy final between Jason and Katie.
Yes, that was the one.
If you watch it back, that's the impression. My impression was that Jason was so nervous. And some players, when they get nervous, their arm goes, so they can't make a ball anymore. With Jason, his head went. So he was still making balls, but just on triple speed. Cue ball was all over the place.
Yeah, it was a crazy
Start
match.
the clock, please.
That was a crazy shot. He's missed the one ball. Ball in hand. Good chance. It's all about getting on the 3 ball. A couple of balls time. If she can do that. This shot coming up now.
A lot of angle. That makes the 9 a big ball if she's coming back. Or the 7 if she wants to go forward. Nice. Very difficult. Sort of a de-accelerating stroke that she needed to play it with.
She held the hand up because I think she was obviously just trying to make sure she found the line above the 9 ball, but she timed that nicely.
Now go forward gently or with stun. Yeah, the work is done. No. When she gets on the 5.
It looks done, but I know what you mean. Second glance, there's still another good shot to play here. Good effort though.
Yeah, nice one.
Speed there.
She'll play for the side pocket on the 6. Hit below center, bit of right spin and go 2 rails underneath the 8 ball.
Yeah, she should have played 3 rails for me there, Alex.
To get to the second long rail on the right.
Yeah.
After that, yeah.
You sort of cue it a bit better, don't you? Just needs to slow down a little bit. I think he's left this ball. A little bit more spin on the cue ball. Straight is it? She may have to pinch the pocket a little bit. Yeah, she did. You could see the 5 go just off the right side of the pocket just to create that angle.
Good hit. Don't play position when you have it, meaning she's not going to force the cue ball here. Just forward a little bit. Play it single speed, drag the cue ball, or with more speed back and forth. I think she'll go to the top rail and come back towards the 9. And from 3-0 down, winning 2 racks on the spin, Rita is closing in on Jason Shaw.
She had ball in hand at the start of the rack, didn't manage to run out. But the poor safety from Shaw let her back in. Now she's just 1 behind.
Very difficult format, I would think, as a player. So yesterday Shaw clinical, and now he lost against Naoki, and it can happen. But this could go 3-3, 4-4, and then it's easy for some negativity to creep in.
Yeah, long days for the players. I mean, pool players, they want to play a lot of pool, but they're so used to playing double elimination format, and in some cases single elimination in a shorter race, but
Rack 6,
you feel like
Jason
you've got a
short
lot
break.
of time on your
Leading
hands
by 3
here, but
racks to 2.
moving forward, all these wins are important because you want to stay near the top of the table because it carries forward. What have we got here? Can you see the potted angle on the 2? Looks tight.
More balls made on the break today. Table wasn't exactly cooperative yesterday. If the pot is not on, the safety is bank the 2 ball down table.
Foul.
Oh wow.
Flick the 7 ball.
Ball
That's
in hand.
unusual.
So his concentration has elapsed.
Yeah, I mean, missed the ball in the previous round. Isn't it? Look, watch the brown 7. Playing this with a little bit of spin, just turns it over into the 7.
And that's the thing. The difficulty is, because it's not a sudden death or knockout format, the pressure isn't on, but you still want to perform. Because those little frustrations early in the tournament, on day 2, 3, 4, can lead up to an implosion later on in the tournament. You want to grow. Finding some rhythm, Rita.
I do like a cue action though. I watched her play quite a few matches in the World Championships that she won, and I do like the way she cues. I mean, it helps when you're getting ball in hand, don't get me wrong, but from 3-0 down, this 9 ball to tie the match up. Who would have thought we would be at this stage? We're going to take a short break. This match will conclude. It's 3-3.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Rack 7. Shoche youth break. 3 racks each.
This match has turned on its head. It was all going Jason Shaw's way. Breaking has won the last 3. It's 3-3. The one in the side. The cue ball stayed dry. She's definitely finding her feet with this break. Struggled yesterday, but she does generate enough power.
Yeah, plays it very much with a flat ball. There was a trace of right spin on the cue ball. I like it. Now she has an open lane to send that 2 ball up table. I think using 2 long rails. Shot.
Yeah, why would a player never play the bank there, Alex? Somebody watching at home might think, why has she not tried to bank it in the left centre?
Well, no future in the shot. There's nothing on with the 3-8. Yeah, a combination, but you're not going to play a bank for an off-angle combination. Coming to the table, Rita with her jump cue, not losing any time there, showing her experience. Now I would be wary of opening up that 3-8. But if she's attacking the 2-ball, she will definitely hit that 3. Yeah, I said definitely, but not the case.
No, she hit it so pure and good. She actually avoided the 3 and the 8.
We have a match on our hands.
Wow, got a lot out of that one, didn't he? He really did.
Ripped it. On an older cloth, that's an easy shot, or easy. Easier to make that cue ball pick up speed. Made it look easy. Now I do think it banks the 3-ball.
Almost hit a rail after contact.
Oh.
So was the 8 off the rail? It must have been.
Yeah. Sneaky little safety like this.
Sneaky indeed.
I don't like this route.
Would you always play the hit here? Would you not try and tie the 4 up near the 7?
Oh.
Got the pace.
Oh. Oh, what a good shot. Oh, what a great shot.
How do you like that? I thought that was better reach.
It's frozen.
Now she puts Jason on the spot.
Yeah, so Desi, the referee, says it's frozen. That means the 3-ball, the red 3, is touching the rail, which now means Jason, after contacting it, another ball must strike the rail. So clearly the 8-ball, well, the cue balls hit the rail, so that's fine.
Now, even though she sees part of the 3, I don't know if that's a shot, because clipping the 3, it is very difficult to hide the cue ball.
Yeah, but what does she do? Because if she gives ball in hand, she may be in a worse position.
Oh, wow. Wow, what a shot.
Scandalous shot, by the way. How do you like that for a touch?
Oh, 2 in a row. 2 in a row played with perfect speed. Good shot. Nice shot by Jason. Part of the 3 exposed on the right side. And that 8-ball will still be in a tough position once a player gets to pocket the balls.
She's just had a walk round to see if she can push the 3 over this side rail. Gonna try and get the cue ball tracking back up.
Maybe lucky.
Yeah, big 5-ball. Here we come. Here we come. Wow.
Oh, I liked her apologizing so early.
She knows. She knew where the cue ball were going off the back rail. Pool player's instinct. Good hit.
Good hit, but an open shot for Rita. Played some good shots and had the run of the ball.
Will she risk going into the 8-ball?
If that 4 goes to the pocket top left, yeah. So just bump it. No. decided to wait.
Yeah, clearly she's happy shooting the 8 up the rail.
Well, would you be happy?
No, I would have gone into the 8 and made a mess of it.
Maybe she'll try to get on the left side of the 5. Yeah.
Play it off the 8.
Nice. Nice, very nice. Good shot. Now, depending on the exact angle, she can hold the 5. That's a lot of angle. I would let the cue ball loose here.
And so she's playing the purple off the edge of the 8 to free the 8 ball up.
No,
missed it. She definitely tried to play it off the 8, didn't she?
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's a shame, really. Because even a half ball hit, even a 3/4 ball hit on the 8 would have done the job. Now what?
Back to plan A, play the 8 up the rail. If she can land above the 8 and land straight, she may play that. But you'd have to land straight, wouldn't you? We'd probably need an overhead view to really see it. It's one of the worst spots on a pool table, that, where the 8 ball is. Wants it on the rail. Doesn't want this angle. This makes the shot very tricky.
Nah.
You always seem to hit the top jaw, don't you, Alex, on this? You look down and think it's not there, and then all of a sudden you play it and it just seems to find it. Big moment coming up in this match. It to hold up, and it has done so. Couple of nice rolls so far in this rack. Jason has a wry smile.
Yeah, always a tough shot.
What's he going to play here? Is he going to go bank, or is he going to try and kick him behind it as a 2-wayer?
I don't think he has room and the angle.
Extension code.
He doesn't have the angle to get behind the 8 ball. He's banking.
Okay.
Straight back under him.
There.
Swish. Clean in the heart of the pocket.
What a big shot to come with there from Jason. He's had to play a patient
Jason
rack there because he
rack.
played some good safeties. But that is 9-ball at its best. Sometimes you've got to come with these big shots. He's on the hill. She knows she's missed a trick there.
Yeah, really. Shouldn't have missed that 8 ball when pocketing the 5 in the side pocket.
You can just see the other table on the left there. That match is now 2-2 between Khalid and Duptien. Both players struggled really yesterday. It's early on today, but we are, we're still early on, aren't we, Alex? But we are approaching the stage where you want to try and get some wins on the board.
Rack 8. Jason shot to break on the hill.
Yeah, loss after loss, that starts to add up, starts to eat into your confidence.
Yeah, because even if you do qualify through the first stage of this event, everything carries over, so you're just going to make life harder the deeper you go. This was a good break-off. What I've noticed lately with Jason, Alex, is letting the game get to him. Not just this event. I'm talking big major after major. I remember last year he was playing filler. It was the European Open. Just letting the game get to him. We know it's a game where things change. You break the balls, you don't know where the balls are going to go. This is what being a pool player is. He's now faced with this situation. He doesn't deserve a shot after the break.
You mean he's showing emotion?
Yeah, I feel like he's letting the game get to him every little roll. And I know he made the bank shot, but he was having a wry smile where it landed. But this is what 9-ball pool is. This is the game.
Yeah.
Shout code.
A little more stoic would be better, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously Earl lets it get to him, doesn't it? But you know, you watch certain players. You know, it comes down to having a good mindset and a good temperament. And
Yeah, I agree.
yeah, look, it's just the way he walks off. He's a bit. You know,
Yeah. But I do believe that in general, left-handed players are more emotional. They play with more feel. They have a high gear, but not as stable mentally. But I agree, yeah. Nice shot. If it holds up, just about. Played a nice route. So good shot selection by Rita there. Was not the best execution and still got the snooker. That's a nice hit by Jason. Now hit the ball. Swerve around the 6. Or maybe a kick shot off of the long rail on the right. And hit it with some speed. She has a pretty good chance of resaving.
and you say that because there's so many balls down the bottom end of the table, right?
Yeah, many trees to hide behind. I count this as a resave, no open shot. Other than the 2-9 combination. Maybe he has the angle to play it as a shot to nothing and sneak that cue ball behind the 6. Very difficult.
Extension code.
If he wants to play safety, he can overcut that 2 and bump the cue ball on the 6.
He's having a go at this.
Wow.
I thought he was having a go. I could tell the way it lined up and he's fired it in. What a shot. That was not easy at all. Jason Shaw fires in a combination 2-9 to nick the match in the end over Rita, the Ladies World Nineball Championship. Of course, she will be back. Jason Shaw wins. Up next, we have an absolute classic. That's confirmation. 5-3 Jason Shaw. As I was saying, next, SVB versus Chris Melling. Do not go anywhere. This promises to be absolute fireworks.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new RMS tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My RMS Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My RMS, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions!
It's time for a little bit of damage down.
Let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
Welcome back to day 2 of this year's Premier League pool. We have just seen Jason Shaw win a quality match over Ladies World Nineball champion Cho Che-Yu. Unfortunately, she's yet to win a point. She sits at the bottom of the table. However, Jason lost to Naoki Oi just before that one. He's just played back-to-back matches. He's still sitting in second, so nicely poised. Konrad Jushin from Poland. Well, he's our league leader so far. Still early stages. Plenty of action, plenty of pool. Everybody's got to play everybody. We have another table as well. Table 2. There are the results. Melling lost 5-3. Didn't play his best game. And the match in play right now, Khalid Al-Ghamadi playing Long Duptien. 4-2, both needing points, struggled so far in the opening 2 days here in Leicester. Table 1, as I said, Jason Shaw, back-to-back matches. Lost a Hill thriller against Naoki Oi. Naoki Oi with a break and run, actually 3 break and runs in that match. He was 3 up against Cho Che-Yu. She pulled it back to 3-3. In the end, fired a lovely combination in at 100 mile an hour to steal the win. Up next, SVB versus Melling. This is always an intriguing tie-up, Alex.
Yeah, nice matchup, but throughout the whole day, good match ups between Earl, Strickland and Alex Pagulayan. Next match FSR playing Skyler Woodward. Woodward's really time for him to, you know, step on it and get going.
Yeah, last year he sort of started off a little slow, and then he kind of went on one, and I think he went on something like a 9-10 rack streak, winning streak. So
yeah, 9-10 matches in a row.
The best break in the game of pool. This man at the table starts this match, and of course he didn't let me down. Makes the one in the side, and so often, because he breaks so powerful, he makes other balls as well. What's he made? 2 balls there? 3? 2 or 3 balls?
Three balls down. And this was far from his maximum speed. Players, just like in tennis, will stay away from 100% break, because then you lose more control.
Ducks in behind a couple of balls. Good job. Melling's not really played his A game yet. Looked to be starting off pretty well. He played his opening match against Jason Shaw. How he lost that match, I will never know. Got off to a great start, but then the wheels completely fell off, and he's not looked the same since. I spoke to him this morning in the hotel.
Extension code.
And he feels like all his opening matches he's playing the top tier players, so he's kind of like been thrown in at the deep end. He said he doesn't mind that though.
Needs some magic on this kick. So he's going 2 rails with check side. Bend it around the 6 a little bit.
He has a habit of making these type of shots as well. Oh my word. Time and time again he makes these shots.
Oh my.
Time and time again.
What a shot. And what a call. Can't believe it. There was what a shot. So he's arcing that cue ball with topspin and then checking it off of the short rail. Pew. Now clip it. Oh wow. Oh wow, look at this. Look at this. What a touch.
Well, 2 opening shots there. I'm sure they will be in shot of the week contenders. 2 beauties as he smiles. Yeah, he's left a piece of this though.
Good shot. Can bank it back down as a save or attack it. It's a thin clip if he's cutting the 3 ball in.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get the hook. He's looking, but I think he's always going to stick a piece of this ball out.
Good shot still. With the 3 ball being so close to the rails, difficult to control for Shane.
Extension code.
If he cuts it and brings the cue ball back up table, oh, he's playing it different. He's trying to get the cue ball behind the 7-9, addressing the cue ball low. That's super hard.
Yeah, it's going to be easy if he plays that shot to not control the 3 ball.
But he's doing something else. He's not addressing low anymore. Maybe crossing it. Oh.
Well, there's another shot. That might be better than the shots Chris has played.
This safety battle is absurd.
That shot he's just played there is nothing short of scandalous.
So 2 things happening on the cue ball there. First, the top spin will make it come off flat and close to the short rail. And then the check side, keeping speed in the ball off of the long rail and the short rail. A couple of trick shots and then returning the favor, Chris Melling. Wow.
Unusual this, because obviously he potted 3 balls on the break, so usually with 6 left, you may not see these type of returns that we're seeing.
Now this you would think is good enough, but you never know.
Listen, don't be surprised to see Melling try and master this out into the racking area and bend straight up. Yeah, I know how he plays, I know how he thinks. He loves all this stuff. He's desperate to pop this ball. Here comes the swerve. A little too much.
Wow, beautiful safety battle. And now finally, after all those trick shots back and forth, an open position for SVB. So, what shot was the best? You like that?
I like Shane's actually, because I don't know if Chris played 3 rails or 2. He'll tell you he played 3.
On what shot? On the 2 ball?
When he kicked it in, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But obviously Shane's, I just thought that was really clever to spin off the side
like
rail.
a 3 cushion shot.
But, I mean, they were all phenomenal shots that we were treated to. But in the end, the rack's going to go over to the 5-time US Open champs. 5-time US Open champion. Incredible.
Shane van Boening wins the rack.
So, has managed to hold serve.
Thank you.
Won the rack on his own break, but it was a hard fault rack.
The shot Shane played on the safety, do you think if somebody just played 9-ball, they wouldn't see that shot? Do you think that comes from playing all the other games that you can play on a pool table?
Yeah. Well, definitely. In the States, they play more different disciplines. And you'll see the top players there, or a Pagulayan. You just see a little bit more. Yeah, but what I liked about Shane's shot, the speed that he hit it with, I mean, I know the shot, but I think most players that know it and would attempt it would have played it with more speed.
Yeah, he, like the very end, the last rail the cue ball hit is when the spin took off.
Nice break by Melling, good speed. Hitting it a little thicker than most players. Now he can bank the 1 ball, but he wouldn't have a route for position on the 3.
What I do like about Chris's break is that he sticks to the traditional loop bridge. It would be very easy for Chris to break with the open bridge because he's still playing a lot of short, you know, small tables. So I like the fact that he's sticking to the loop.
It's taking quite a bit of time. So he's looking at hitting the 1 into the 6. In that way, he could play a nice route for the cue ball. Worked it out nicely. I don't know if he needed to do something like that because it was easy to lose the 1 ball there. You know his game well. One of his strengths is that he's creative. Is that at times a weakness?
Yeah, I mean, maybe he pushes the boat out a little bit too much. I know what you mean. I think the problem you've got with Chris is obviously so good to watch. You know, pool fans all over enjoy watching him because he's got this unique sort of long stroke, and obviously it's well documented that he plays, or he has played a lot of the cue sports. But you know, when you look at someone like Shane, Phil, Albin, they just play 9-ball. So when you're trying to mix other cue sports and compete with a top tier, you're always going to find it difficult. You know, Melling's obviously mixed a lot of the cue sports, but I always find it amazing that the last Mosconi Cup he played in was in 2012, Alex. I mean, that's a long time ago.
Well, he's a great player when he's on, but not the most consistent. I like the chemistry in this match, though. A lot of respect, mutual respect, and so many good safeties already.
Yeah, I feel in rack one, Shane's safety shot, the way he played it, was a bit of like, well, yeah, you can play good shots, but I can come with some vision as well. Cue ball needs to slow down. I think it's just going to. Over on table 2, long, Duak 10. He won that match. It was Hill. So Khalid Almandi is still chasing big wins in this year's event.
By the way, you asked me about playing different disciplines, how that helps in seeing shots. The shot that Shane played just now, to have a feel for cue ball speed, even if it's tracking towards a corner, that's very much an example for me.
From the game one pocket.
Yes. Look at this. Oh. Very entertaining.
Yeah, played it that way. Give himself the best chance of a resafe. Obviously, the hook was never really on, but it was all about separation the balls, try and bide a bit more time.
I feel like they're playing an exhibition match. So many good shots already.
This is safety at its very highest order. It really is. Melling will come and have a look at something cheeky. He really will. Got to watch the scratch though, haven't you? With the cue ball.
Well, he's looking to come off the short rail at first, but there's not enough room there. These cuts. There's a 30-second shot clock in play. I'm sure Melling would have liked to take a little bit more time on that kick. Nice. I think it helps a player if a match starts like it started, high quality, you know, then you're right there. Then it brings joy to the game as well. It's a challenge.
Yeah, even if you don't win a rack, you feel like you're still there, because obviously Chris has not played bad in this match.
Thinking to go 3 rails or 1. This man doesn't lack cue power. Actually, he likes cue power, so often he'll choose to go an extra rail.
SVB takes rack 2. It was another rack where plenty of entertaining safety, but in the end, just a kick shot too much for Melling. Next match on table 2. Naoki Oi against Soa. If you want to watch that match, Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. They're just starting out. So much pool, so much Nineball to watch this week. 8 days of action. I remember last year it all felt a bit what was going on at some stages because there's that much going on, but as we approach the end of the week, you really feel like you've got somewhere, and each match really meant that little bit more. It really gets spicy. Let's have a look at this break shot. Really is a work of art. So much power, make the one ball time and time again. But but not this time, and the cue ball's close.
Foul shot.
There's an opening for Chris Melling, but immediately I'm looking at that 5-6 mini cluster near the long rail. Purple 5, difficult ball to get on.
Start the clock, please.
Oh, he's trying to open up the 5-6 right here, right now.
Yeah, he's got to make sure he goes into the top of the ball. You don't want to slide off the edge of the 6 and scratch. Yeah, that's why he's tried to go in that way. Missed the kick though, the breakout. That just sets up nicely for a Melling magic shot though, missing that breakout.
Looking to see if a real first shot on the 5 is on. Look, if that 8 ball would be half an inch to the left from this perspective, that would help the 5. Would help the 5 even more. Half an inch to the left, it would be very open as a shot. So a real first. Look at his backswing. Even on a finesse shot like this, he will open up beautiful. Needs something special here, or something good at least, to come off the rail. Nice. Good stuff. Very nice out.
So the opening 3 racks in this match has been very entertaining. Melling is finally off the board as he trails SVB 2-1.
Hopeballs go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been from in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Chair there. Yeah, no, I don't want to see. Welcome back. This was a Melling special. Just look at that one.
Trailing 2-1.
Melling to break, trailing 2-1, and joining us in the booth now for the remainder of this match. Eagle Eye Jason Shaw. Jason, welcome.
How you doing, Carl?
All good, but how are you doing? Little edgy couple of matches there at the start of day 2 for you.
No, should have won against I. He should have got punished for scratching twice on the break when he was up 3-1. And then I came back pretty good, and I was just praying for him not to get a shot on the 2-ball on the last rack, but he got a nice easy layout, and yeah, I was on to the next match, and I played well in that match. A couple of little funky things happened, but she's a good player. She's a world 9-ball champion and 10-ball champion, so I knew it was going to be a tricky one.
I liked how you played that combination on the 9 in the end. Did you consider playing it with defense?
Yeah, I was trying to stun across, and I thought to myself, I felt good about, you know, if the 9 wasn't there, I fancied hitting the 2 in the heart of the pocket. So I thought, just aim like I was aiming the 2-ball, forget about the 9.
Yeah.
And just let it rip. And fortunately, it went in. Oh, he's overcut this one. Yes.
He missed a similar shot against you, you know, as that one. I was looking, thinking, when he played you in the opening match, I think it was in the same pocket as well.
Yeah, he missed the 4-ball. Yeah, he missed the 4-ball, it was. But I feel like he's still trying to get used to his new cue, you know. Shots like that, when you're using a new cue, you tend to overcut balls. But this has been a good match. The first couple of racks were insane.
Yeah, picked up some new tricks there. How did you like Shane's safety?
Well, I've seen him play that shot, and what he'll do is he'll put a ball on the top rail, and he'll have the cue ball down the bottom, and he'll bank it twice up and down and hold the cue ball up there with that spin.
Oh, okay.
So when the ball's up the table, he'll go down here, back there, and then back down to the bottom.
So that's a variation of the shot.
Yes, he plays that. I've seen him play that shot quite often in practice.
Well, he's missed the ball in the side, and it was a pretty easy ball, so chance for Melling to tie it up.
Yeah, Shane doesn't look very happy there with that miss. You'd expect him to make that one and get out and get to a 3-1 lead, but he needs this one to run.
Oy.
Well, he can land anywhere up table. Doesn't need to even be going near the 9, does he? Just get it out there, get it up table.
I was surprised he played that ball with right-hand spin. Left-hand spin, and he got stuck behind the 9. I would have played that just plain ball.
Yeah. Or if anything, a little bit of running.
Yeah.
Extension code.
Well, I think we're going to see another Melling special here.
Well, you just feel like he's going to hit the 6, don't you? So if he does hit the 6 off the second rail, he's going to go close.
Difficult route to a railer, right before the side pocket. It's a small ball, actually. Wow, how nice.
Very close again. Yeah, when you're playing Chris and something kind of, he snookers himself, you're always thinking he's going to kick it in.
Yeah, he does that quite a lot. He'll play certain run-outs and he'll put himself in tricky situations, but obviously the vision and the shot-making abilities are there, and he always goes close.
Wow, it banked short.
Yes.
Very
surprising for him to miss that bank. And for that 6 to come as short, he'll be surprised as well.
I'm very surprised it came short there. Usually on a new cloth, it tends to go wide.
It opens up, yeah. Possibly a bit of unwanted spin on the cue ball, transferred to the object ball, or a bit of chalk on the chalk mark on the rail.
Chris Melling wins the rack.
2 chances for SVB. He did not take them. Chris somehow wins the rack. 2-2, but it's nicely poised, this match. It really is.
Question, Jason. So how do you experience playing this event with the intensity lacking if you compare it to a sudden death format? No, but you still you know in the back of your head that every point counts, but you're not under the gun so much.
Yes, I feel like you can go out there and play your game knowing that if 1 or 2 matches go wrong, you still have a bunch to come behind, and you can start to try and pick up your form a little bit, so you don't get too down on yourself just by losing 1 or 2 matches, because there's plenty of matches to get back in it. So I feel like the players, you know, they go out there and they're trying to get the stroke loose.
Yeah, but when you made a couple of uncharacteristic errors in your match, it seemed to me that it was a concentration thing.
Yeah, do you know what? When it was 3-0, and I played the 3 ball and went 3 rails, and I didn't land on the 4. I was thinking about that for like 2 racks. I'm saying, how does that ball land short? That's what was in my mind.
Yeah, but then maybe if you're playing a knockout format, maybe you would reset quicker and just get back in the match.
Yes, I think so. But like I said just before, you're thinking you got matches still to come, and I had another match straight after that one. So yeah, I feel like if you were playing a single format, like you said, it would be a little bit different. Oh, wow. Do you hear Shane there? He said dog.
Yeah, insinuating he's dogged it. That's a term where you feel like you're twitching on the pool table, but it was a decent break, and obviously the combo was on, but clearly had to hit it thinner than he thought.
I think spinning the cue ball into the 2 kind of throws the 2 the other way.
I think his concentration is ebbing away. So a couple of mistakes by Shane in 4 or 5 minutes, and now a big miss by Chris Melling.
Well, we've gone from absolute watching genius shots to, well, like a couple of hackers in the pub.
That was bad there.
Extension
that
call.
was really bad.
How bad?
Really bad. You'd fancy Chris to make that 10 out of 10. And this ain't easy after a couple of balls he's missed. I think he's going to take it in the side.
Well, it's turning out to be an interesting match, this one.
I thought I was in the local round the corner.
Shane's going through the motions here at the minute. Fortunate leave as well. Could have left something a lot easier for Chris.
Nice and tight.
Try and hit the bottom side of this and come down, Alex, towards the 6.
Off of 2 rails
yes,
or 1?
Off 2.
Yeah.
2 rails, try and catch the 4 on the bottom side.
Don't spin the cue ball. He spun it.
Shot.
If you're playing that flat, the angle that he had, I'm not hitting it with running.
Yeah, because it'll more slide.
Oh yeah, it opens. Even with this angle, it already starts to bend just because of the topspin. It's a very tricky shot on a TV table.
So he's had many chances in this rack. Is he going to take his opportunity now and try and take the lead here in this match?
Yeah. Look at how the balls are sitting.
Yeah, and Melling needs wins and all. He's played 3 and he's only won 1, so he could do with winning this match, put himself back and just try and climb the leaderboard.
His game is there.
Yeah, I agree. I think his game is there, but he's just lacking a little bit of belief, I think, on some shots.
Well, if a player's telling himself, my game's there, then he's just not there yet.
Yeah. He looks good in about the balls, and then little silly mistake.
Like against you?
Yes, twice against me. I couldn't believe that when he played that 6 ball and scratched in the side, he played it with inside to hold the cue ball 2 rails, and when it came off the second rail, it turned on itself.
Reversed,
it reversed on itself. I was quite shocked that it went there. He was really shocked that it went there because we spoke about it after. Usually when you play that with inside, it doesn't reverse off the second rail.
It's not supposed to, yeah. Well, the thing is, on the TV table, you would want to limit any use of side spin, actually.
Yeah.
Press Melling to break.
You know, it reacts so funky. You played some nice shots in your match, your last match, where you had a difficult route, and you found a way to get shape without using side spin, where you played a stun run through to the long rail, short rail, and then slid back to center table.
Yeah, I feel like you said they'll try and limit the spin.
Melling was breaking, come up dry, 1 ball at both points. SVB at the table, what's he got?
I don't know if he can make this ball in the side. I don't think it's on. I think he's going to have to bank this ball.
Bank it, cross corner, and then?
I think bank it cross corner and draw down behind the 6 ball.
That would make the bank go long, it looks like.
Yeah, but I think he can... maybe he's going for the cut and trying to hold off the tip.
Shot.
That was actually a nice shot. You can see he used all the pocket there.
Yeah, the cue ball didn't have much room to play with near the side. Actually done well to leave himself this shot on the 2.
Just play up into a little area here and try and leave yourself on the 4. I think try and come across and splitting them is going to be a bad decision.
What, to bump to 5? No
yeah,
good?
I don't like it. Oh, very good shot.
Yeah, you gotta like that.
This is what Shane can do, though. This is the ability he has where, you know, he's made a lot of mistakes, but now he's 3-2 down and he feels like the heat is really on him, and look at the rack he's going to come with here.
Playing to the corner.
Nice stroke on that ball.
Yeah, he plays those shots nice. You know, he plays them with speed, but always the speed where the pocket is still big. He makes him slide in.
Yeah, a lot of people on the shot he played there would hit that ball a little bit more. They would hit it, you know, and sometimes it might jaw and stay up, where he kind of like strokes it but still hits it at the same time.
Exactly, yeah. And especially when he plays on a diamond, he has a very good feel for that speed and that stroke.
Yeah, I feel like that's the table he played on a lot over the last 20 years.
Yeah.
Well, it was a dry break from Melling in rack number 6, and what a break. What a run out from SVB there. It really was great. We're going to come back after a short break to see how this match finishes up. It's 3-3.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Conduct on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been from in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Rack 7, Shane Van Boening to break, 3 racks each.
Shane's back was against the wall in the last rack. He really did come with a good run out. He's breaking in the 7th. It's 3-3.
Oh, he's going to scratch again. You know what's crazy there? I was going to say that. His last few matches I've watched, the cue ball's been going close to the side pocket a lot. It's been going close to the side pocket, and he's scratched a couple of times and got lucky. Well, that cue ball was going right towards the side. You watch it here.
That's how he scratched before in this match.
Right there.
Well, the thing is, yesterday the table wasn't giving any results on the break, and the players start to change what they do normally, right?
Yeah.
They're trying to find something.
I also thought that there was something wrong on that table yesterday. There was something definitely off. The one ball was going low all the time. The wing ball wasn't coming out quick enough. And then today they changed the balls up, changed the rack up, and it seems to be
better.
Yeah, it seems to be breaking a little bit more. The balls are going to where they're supposed to go when you hit it with spin.
Yeah, and also I think Shane's break, it looks better when the cue ball comes off and fires straight into the 9.
Oi, oi, oi. Chris Melling.
That was a snatch.
That was a snatch, was it?
You'll see his back arm drop here on this shot.
Well, we'll take another look in a moment as Chris sits there. Well, we won't take a look from that view, of course, but it is a shocker. Fires it into the long rail.
Yeah, he cued across that ball.
Got fortunate as well.
Oh, yeah.
Number 2, this is the game. This is what can happen.
Back at the table.
He's struggling with his tip. He thinks his tip is too soft. He's been telling me that for the last 2 days, so I don't know if that has anything to do. It's in his mind. But that was a bad miss, and very fortunate to get back to the table.
Yes. Fortunate, but still a miss like that, it will stay with you. Like, it's gonna take a while before he'll really feel comfortable if you're missing a straight shot like that. So we're getting a snatch analysis.
Yeah, because he's cued across the ball to the right, so I feel like he's kind of like pulled one in.
Well, imagine you would have to play with that kind of forehand and backswing.
Well, I did do that when I had that extension on my cue. It feels his backswing is so long though.
Yeah.
So I think that maybe the timing to the ball was off, or
Extension code.
you just go one rail back up and down.
Looks like 2.
Yeah, he went 2. Nice shot coming into the 9.
And there it is, the straight 9 ball to get himself on the hill. He was trailing 2-0. They started out with phenomenal safety play back and forth, and it looked like becoming a classic gallery play all the way, but then mid-match things dried up, and we've seen some uncharacteristic errors from both players. And Melling now having the best of it.
You can just see in the distance Soa, the young lady from Korea. She trails Naoki Oi 2 racks to 1. She's on the 7 ball. And she needs wins.
Track 8, Chris Melling to break.
Just won a big tournament out in Las Vegas, the Las Vegas Open. Ladies event.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of that. She played really good.
Ooh.
Yeah, Melling's lost a cue ball there. Didn't make the 1.
He'll play a push out from here. Don't think he has any sight of the 1 ball.
Yeah, he let that one go.
Yeah, a little bit like how Earl's breaking. Earl's hitting a little high on the cue ball, so the cue ball's sort of bouncing going forward.
How do you like putting the cue ball on the 2nd diamond on the long rail?
The 2nd diamond on the long rail?
Yeah. So leaving a straight shot on the one, not to make it, but to bank the one ball out of that corner. It's difficult, but you're up against Shane van Boening, so it needs to be difficult.
I like rolling to where his hand is now, just on the right-hand side, coming up a little bit, and then leaving a shot where you could bump the one to the top rail and kind of go in behind the 5. I know you'll be leaving an easy kick after, but
yeah,
I think here is a...
This is tough.
Bit more difficult.
Oh, this is very tough. I don't know what he can play for.
I think he can overcut the 1 back towards the 5.
And miss the 3?
Yeah, but he has to hit it a little bit thicker.
Yeah, and then the 1 ball will be speedy, so then he needs the 6 ball to hide behind 2 rails.
I think he's going for the combo.
Nah.
Oh, he's had a right roll there.
I don't agree. I don't agree.
Yeah, I mean,
it was very tight, very tight. He missed those balls on the way in with the 1. No. He played a good cue ball.
Well, if the 1 ball hits the 5 full.
But it didn't.
I understand it didn't.
It didn't.
Okay.
I mean, you're playing against a world-class player, a world champion, so you have to play a push out that's tight.
Yeah.
You have to thread the needle.
That's going to be tough for Chris to take. You would have felt he was going to see some sort of the 1 ball, but the fact that he can't see any.
Well, he's going to play this with speed. Maybe the 1 off the 7 in the side or the 7 in the corner low left.
Yeah, I think he's got more chance of making the 7 than the 1. Because if he hits it with speed, the 1's going to come high. Unless he really cuts it. Oh, wow.
The magician.
Yeah, played that ball hard, didn't he? It flew in. What a chance.
Big shot. This is a big shot.
He's missed a couple of these. He has to stay down, cue the ball. And just like that. Wants it to run a little bit more.
So he went to the left side of the 4 because that allowed him to play that 3 ball with pace. Staying on the right side of the 4 would have given him more room for the cue ball. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I think this match is just about to be over. I can't see him making any more mistakes now. I think he's made enough to now get over the line.
Yeah, big match as well. He's only won 1 match so far. It's not been a clinic. He's shown signs of brilliance, safety shots, kick shots. Missed a couple of balls in there, but he's just 4 balls away from beating SVB.
Just come back across here, just before the side and back out to the middle of the table. Shoot the 8 ball in the same pocket.
Just going straight out.
Oh. Oh.
Hit that one a little bit fat.
Yeah, that's it.
So Melling with this 9 ball for a win, a must win as well. He beats SV. Really, the race is in that match. Don't go anywhere after the break. We've got an absolute classic. The legend, Earl the Pearl Strickland against Alex the Lion Pagulayan. Don't miss it.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. Something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament. The major's in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players.
Talk there, Jeremy. Lovely.
This championship is being played with the new RMS tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My RMS range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My RMS, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions!
It's time for a little bit of damage down.
Let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
Always a feather in the cap of any player, even someone as experienced as Chris Melling, to claim a victory over Shane van Boening. And that's exactly what the Yorkshireman has done. Melling emerging the winner by 5 racks to 3 here on the main table just a few minutes ago, on day 2 of the Premier League. That's how it stands. Konrad Yasusin won all of his first 4 matches, then a surprise defeat to Soa, but still sitting pretty there, and joined on 4 wins by Jason Shaw and Naoki Oi. Down the bottom, Chu Chi Yu, now the only player without a win midway through this second day of competition. Remember, the top 10, after they've all played each other, which is a total of 15 matches, will advance to the next phase. Over on table 2, Naoki Oi hoping to avoid the fate of Yasusin, but not having things all his own way by any means against Soa. He's leading at the moment, but only 3-2. along Duptien with a 5-4 win over the young Saudi Arabian Khalid Al Ghamdi. And Chris Melling had lost to Yasushin earlier in the day, so still a couple of matches to come later on table 2 after the one that's going on at the moment. This is the situation on table 1. Kunlin getting his first win at the 4th attempt earlier on today. Then Naoki Oi in a real high quality performance. He had 3 run-outs from the break on the way to beating Jason Shaw 5-3. Shaw then just held on to beat Chu Chi Yu. And then that win for Melling we were talking about a few moments ago. We'll have the world champion on here. FSR plays Skyler Woodward later. But before that, it's Earl Strickland and Alex Pagulayan. Jeremy Jones alongside me for this one. 2 of the greats.
Yeah, absolutely. Tons of titles between these two, and 2 of what you would definitely say the real veterans in the 16-player field here at Morningside. A couple nice lags. Alex Pagulayan just edging Earl out, and I wonder how many times these 2 have played each other.
The first rack, Alex Pagulayan.
Both been world champion. They've both been US Open champion. What more build-up do you need than that? Here we go, Pagulayan to break.
That's the best timing I've seen all week on the break. Really getting a lot of movement on the balls, making the one in the side. Not the best reward with the 2 kind of pinned on the side rail, and the 4-8 kind of ugly on that same side rail. We may go for the cross side bank here. Gotta watch out for the scratch in the upper left. Nice shot. Got a little bump on the 9 and perfect on the 3. And may have to take on another cross side bank here shortly on the pink 4. So nothing easy here to start for Alex Pagulayan. And a guy who's continually trying to get back in form. We've seen glimpses of it, that's for sure.
Certainly in recent weeks. He's beaten Joshua Filler 3 times already in 2023, and including twice at the World Championship. One of the little quirks of yesterday's schedule, he only played 2 matches. Nearly everyone else played 3. Strickland, although, was the only one to play 4. But Pagulayan did win both of his matches yesterday. 5-1 against Khalid Al Ghamdi, and then closer against Kunlin, but still came through by 5 racks to 3.
And a really nice opener here to start this match. And funny thing for a guy like Alex, who's trying to get that form back, really, it's to win titles. And sometimes you can play some great matches, and it can kind of work against you sometimes when you leave the tournament or exit the tournament on a subpar performance, especially a guy who's won so many titles. And even though he's not in his best form overall, kind of trending that way to get better, but he's here to win the events.
So a couple of balls down off the break, and Alex Pagulayan took care of business from there. He leads Earl Strickland 1-0. Naoki Oi is going along well. He's won 3 of his 4 matches so far, and he may well win another one, because over on table 2, he's leading 4-2 at the moment against So Soa of South Korea. So a good start for Alex Pagulayan, 44 years of age. We'll be seeing him in just a moment once again, but this is Naoki Oi. Wasn't a good Premier League from last year. He only won 5 matches. If he wins this one, he'll be 1 short of equaling that already. But that shot hasn't gone to plan by any means. I think we picked a bad moment to look in on him.
Yeah, well, I don't think he was trying to make the one with the 2 covered up. I think he was trying to get some type of safety, just limited options.
Has left the 1 though for Soa, but she's going to have a bit of work to do to get on the 2. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, and I spoke with Earl yesterday late in the day and told me he didn't recall making a ball in the break yesterday besides the cue ball a couple of times, and here that trend continues. Did break the balls really well warming up, but in the match play it hasn't been his best. Hard not to go for this bank. It's a little tricky, but you have so much cover. Get the cue ball up in the center of the table. Even if you hang the bank, you have a good chance of getting a snooker. Looks like maybe he's not going to go for the bank shot. Now he is. I always talk about Shane as far as, you know, when the ball's laid difficult. I think he's still the best player, in my opinion. I think Alex used to really have that kind of title, you might say, and now it's still the same. He wants the balls to lay tough. The thing that Alex needs to become better at is when they don't lay tough, become a little more efficient. You know, if you look at an entire year's play of becoming a little bit more efficient player on all the other racks, which is where he's getting beat a lot of times by, you know, the FSRs and the guys like that.
Originally from Isabela province in the Philippines, moved to Canada when he was 13, and he's been a Canadian citizen for over a decade now. 2004 was his World Championship winning year. He'd been runner-up the year before that, which was the last staging of the Cardiff era. A similar story with the US Open. He had lost in a final before he won it, although there was a bit more of a gap between them. 2005 was his US Open success.
I think it was Ralph Souquet, right, that beat him in the final originally?
Yeah, 3 years before that, a close one.
Yeah, 15-13 or something, 17.
Well, 13-11. 13-11. So only 2 in it. Yeah.
Yeah, there for a few years they changed the races in the finals a few times. Naoki does advance with another win here on day 2.
Yeah, Naoki has just shaken hands on a 5-2 victory over Soa. So that's 4 wins from 5. I think it's worth continually reminding you. I think 7 is probably the target you've got to have in mind. We saw last year a couple of players finished on 6, and then it came down to a racks count back. So if you get to 7, probably be sure of your place in the next phase.
Yeah, I think 7 would almost guarantee it, it seems like, mathematically, without doing the math. 16 players, 10 advance.
Yeah, and then equally so, if it fell a certain way, maybe 5 would be enough. So it's a matter of seeing how it plays out. But the start of this match has played out very well for Alex Pagulayan. And in this battle of the veterans, he leads Earl Strickland 2-0. So after that win for Oi, next up over on 2 will be Chu Chi Yu and Wu Kunlin. That'll be starting in just a few minutes' time. We talked about the US Open and World Championship successes for Pagulayan. He's gone on to achieve more since then. He has won the World Masters, beat Mika Immonen in the final of that. Remarkable to think that's 15 years ago now. It's been a good start to the year for him. All those wins over filler. A really good run of it at the Derby City Classic across a number of divisions. And well, at the World Championship, after the second of those wins over filler, he was in the last 32. Didn't go any further though. Alexa Pechelge knocked him out.
Yep. The third rack.
But encouraging signs for the 44-year-old, who leads in this match by 2 racks to 0.
Now lot of times Alex, even though he does have a playable jump shot in the side pocket on the 2, and
Those shots called.
still would usually pass on that, trying to play a little bit more of a tactical game. Just going to roll out to the bottom rail here, putting the 7 on the side rail a little bit.
It's optional.
Does have a pocket to the upper right, has a thin cut on the 2 in the side if he wants to turn the cue ball loose. I was a little shocked at the push out there from Alex. I think he overlooked that cut shot in the side because Earl didn't really bat an eye before taking it on. Now, it was a nice shot. It was no gimme, but normally when you push out, you don't want to leave something that's kind of natural, and especially something offensive. This may end up below the 4. He's okay.
I'm sure Earl Strickland will be the first to acknowledge he's been a controversial figure over the years, but you know him pretty well as a guy. Jeremy, how would you describe him?
Oh, well, he's a very genuine guy, believe it or not. That you know, what happens at the table is something none of us can ever put our finger on when it comes to Earl, and probably because we've never been in his shoes, right? But just, you know, he's a true sportsman of the game. We used to play rack for each other, and, you know, it could get a little questionable when certain players rack for you, right? Never had to worry about that with Earl. Always gave you the best rack possible, and so he just wants to play pool. Looks like he's kind of had that talk with himself I was talking about earlier today. Maybe Wu had. He's swinging the cue today. That may be overhit a bit. May need a little bump on the 8.
Give me a roll.
But that's the other thing I saw today, even after, you know, yesterday was pretty rough for him. He was in really good spirits today. He's been in a jolly mood the entire morning, and I kind of talked about that with the Moscone Cup last year with picking him, that I kind of felt like, yeah, maybe the same day some things could carry over from match to match, but I thought he could kind of restart if he had a bad day in the Moscone.
Well, he had a bad start to this match, was 2-0 down, but put together a good rack there, and he's off the mark. He trails 2-1.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
On the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Push-out decision didn't work out for Alex Pagulayan in that third rack, so Earl Strickland has taken it. He's opened his account here and trailing 2-1. He breaks in rack 4.
You could hear him there. How do you make one was the question from Earl. Continued trouble on the break shot for the Pearl. This doesn't seem to be getting the timing like the other guys, or the other players rather, excuse me.
We were talking about him being in very good humour around the venue today. Now, obviously, you know him pretty well, as we were saying, but I just get the sense from him he's just delighted to be here at the age of 61, that he's been invited into something like this.
Yeah, his first, you know, big event of the year. Passed on, you know, playing the World Championships and the Derby City Classic. Another not an offensive situation on the push out here. Looks like if Alex gets it, he'll play the one kind of off the point maybe and bring the cue ball towards the 7-8. I don't know. He's going to take on the kick shot. Wow. Well, he's hitting this with a lot of spin here, so watch out 7 ball.
You can hit it and not make it. Good shot.
I think they're doing their own commentary for us here, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Just something you alluded to there. Why would he have made that decision to not travel over to Europe for the World Championship, but he has come for this event?
Yeah, maybe he had some prior things. You know, Earl does some teaching, of course, exhibitions and stuff like that, things that maybe he had commitments from before. It's the only thing I could imagine. After the Moscone last year, of course, we talked, and he said that he's going to play as many of the events as possible and try and qualify for the team. And that didn't start off with the Derby and of course Poland this year, but we'll see from here on out.
Got it. A lot of people were saying that it's not a good reflection, really, the fact that, you know, you end up having to choose someone in his 60s, and you've actually picked him the last 2 years, albeit that he wasn't able to play in 21 for COVID reasons. But really, that just reflects that the other players who we've been talking about for the last few years haven't stepped up yet to be able to keep guys like Strickland out of the team, and it's more a reflection of that than anything else.
Yeah, and Earl, you know, he showed some class, and he showed some class in the U.S. Open prior, and the year before he showed some class at the International. And one thing I can say for the American guys that didn't make it, they've shown their own class, really. You know, it was you know, at the time, it's hard to take, it's hard to swallow, right? But the 4 or 5 players that are in the mix, and I think they'll be in the mix again this year for Team USA. From what I've seen so far here in 2023, they took it the right way once they had time to think about it. And it's what seemed like a lot of motivation for like a Shane Wolford and a few others. Shane's played really well so far in 2023, and I think that's going to continue. Going for an early 9 here, putting the 4 near the 8.
Alex Pagulayan.
Nicely done, and Alex Pagulayan restores his 2-rack lead at 3-1. Someone like Shane Wolford and 1 or 2 others in that category, we've been talking about them for a couple of years, but do you feel now it's at a point where they need to be starting to actually make that team, or at least get very, very close to it, if they are to come through and ultimately turn out to be a generation of players who can halt the European dominance?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think there's more coming besides Shane. Alex Lely and I discussed that a little bit yesterday. He was liked the look of a lot of the young talents there in America, and I think there's other young talents that can push a guy like Shane Wolford. And you know, for most of those players, just like years when I didn't make the team at times, when it's easy to say, oh, I played better than that guy that didn't make the team, but the real question you have to ask is to yourself, did I really play well enough to deserve a spot on the team? And I think that's where the guys are heading, and that's why they're in a better direction. Now, as cheerful a mood as Earl's been in today, this can get plenty old when you see your opponents making balls on the break and you have yet to at all in the entire event. big shot here. If he pockets this, these balls are really open and should be easy position on the 3. Cleanly struck. You could hear it. The Q-tip and the 2 hit in the back of the pocket.
I know you're a big golf man, Jeremy, and you know your history. You know why the Mosconi Cup is Europe versus USA, because the Ryder Cup used to be USA versus Britain and Ireland, but USA kept on winning it. So Jack Nicklaus actually came up with the idea of turning the Britain and Ireland team into Europe, and the whole modern history of the Ryder Cup has grown from there. Now, if the European domination was to continue for a number of years, and someone was to put forward the idea of expanding the USA team to North America, which brings the likes of Pagulayan and John Morra into the picture, what would you think of that, and what do you think would be the wider reaction to such an idea?
You know, I mean, you can't
extension call.
Argue the argument itself. I don't really think it's necessary. I mean, you know, Alex is great, John Moore is great, Eric Orlifson's playing as good a pool as I've seen him play in a long time, but to think about it for just 2 or 3 players, to me, that would be overlooking what the real solution is versus America. Of course, Mexico, you got to give that some credit as well. There's been some fine players come from down south there in North America.
Well, Oscar Dominguez's father, Ernesto, he represented Mexico, didn't he, when he was playing?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, a former runner-up in the World Nineball Championship, Mauro Paez, who was an incredible guy to watch. He also represented Mexico in Cardiff several times, losing in the final to Feng Peng Chao, I believe it was. He's gotten a little out of line here, so he's going to have to work the rock back across for the 9. We love our fellow North Americans, both north of the border and south of the border, but like I said, I think America's okay. It's going to trend in a better direction. Ooh.
Strickland wins to
well, that one just
hung up yesterday.
Wriggles in, and more self-commentary from Earl Strickland. The bottom line is he's now won 2 of the last 3 racks and is still in this as a contest. He trails 3-2.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I saw mistakes from Earl last year. When he did make mistakes, kind of just slapping at the ball a little bit. Had a little bit there on the 9 and lost a little accuracy. A little fortunate that one fell.
Still one more match to come on the main table after this one. It's Francisco Sanchez Ruiz up against Skyler Woodward.
I made the cue ball in 18 breaks. I've made the cue ball twice.
And the thing is, I've noticed around the venue over the last couple of days, this never stops with Earl. When the match is over, he goes in the players' room and continues this conversation all the way until it's time to go back out and play again.
Well, there you have a lot of clatter, but nothing down. And I think Earl said something like 18 breaks he's had. He's made the cue ball twice, and that's it.
Not content with doing the commentary, he's keeping the stats as well. It's making us redundant.
Yeah, touchy little shot here on the 1. I think it does pass the 2 down in the corner. And it must be a little tight going by to where he may roll this.
Extension, please.
Doesn't want to shoot it with a draw stroke. You may fall a little straight on the 2 ball, make it difficult to get across for the 3. Normally to a portion of the pocket, though, you hate to roll the ball. Nicely done there. he'll go for the rest, and probably one of the top pool players with the rest in his hand. A little bit of snooker background there, playing so much in Canada.
Canada for a long time was the leading non-British country in snooker by far, but they haven't produced anyone now for a very long time. Poole has completely overtaken it there.
I guess maybe Cliff Thorburn was the last.
Cliff Thorburn, yeah, he was the first non-British player to win the World Snooker Championship, and one of only 3 there have ever been.
No, he's not going to like this, and he used a lot of left spin there. Surprising he wouldn't hit more of a center ball. He's got to come with one heck of a shot to get on the purple 5. Not taking much time. Type of shot that has gotten Alex occasionally. He's really got to use some power. Yeah. You can see that wasn't too close. A lot of body movement.
Had a couple of misses by wide margins from that sort of range in the last few racks. And Strickland must be starting to fancy the job here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what, he won 1 out of 4 yesterday, I believe it was?
He's had 1 win, yeah, from his 4 matches to date.
Yeah, well, 2 of the other matches he played pretty close, I thought. And
well, his first 2 matches, yeah. I mean, it was only Hill against the defending champion Albin Ocean in the first match on the main table, and he pushed Naoki Oi to 5-3.
Well, and with not making balls on the break in this alternate break format, you got to figure he's played pretty well so far. Intentional safety there behind the brown 7. Looks like a 3-rail kick. Would love to slide the cue ball up behind the 7 off of the 6. He may have made this in the corner. It's just short.
Strickland saying, I thought that was going in, Alex. And he's very glad it didn't, because it gives him a chance to draw level for the first time since the start of the match.
Yeah, not the best stroke there from Earl, and he's gotten on the 50-yard line. Not the easiest ball to bank at, even though I think he may go cross side here. Beautiful touch there from the Pearl. Man, he really killed the cue ball quite a bit. He's got to think this 8-ball over a little bit. Yeah, this looks a little touchy to me with a high ball. I might cue down on this. I got by the side easily, and it's still going to end up a little 50-ish.
Huge moment in the match, this. He's had to play a couple of decent recovery shots. He's never looked entirely in control during this chance. But nevertheless, it's a chance he's taken, and from 3-1 down, Earl Strickland has levelled with Alex Pagulayan. It's now 3 apiece.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
That man, Earl Strickland, 61 years of age, lost all of his first 3 matches in this Premier League, but he's still in with a real chance here of making it 2 wins in a row. Since then, he was 3-1 down. It's now 3-3 against Alex Pagulayan. The Canadian breaks in the 7th.
Earl's going to get a good chance here. Take his first lead. Cupcake 1 ball. He's got to get decent position on the 2.
First dry break of the match for Pagulayan. Strickland has had nothing but dry breaks.
This is going to be overhit a bit. He's going to have to come with slow down. And we talked about that yesterday. I don't know if y'all brought it up much, but me and Alex talked about that the bed seemed a little slower than what we're used to. This got a little funny, like he may have to draw towards the 3, maybe. I don't know. Playing the 2 on the side. Either that or take on a pretty tough cut shot on the 3.
Extension, please.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe roll this in and get a cross-side bank on the 3. This is an awkward situation. He decided to just take the cut. He did get queuing over the pink 4, though, and he should have been aware of that. Surprised he drew the ball there now. I would say a little favor to make this, but not much.
Now that really could have been a very big moment in terms of Strickland's chances of his quest being successful in terms of getting through to the next phase, because as we said, he's going to have to win 6, maybe 7 of these 15 matches. So he finds himself in positions like this with a chance to get to the hill. It's been gifted to him a little there. He's got to take advantage of those, and he hasn't capitalized at all. So it could be a pivotal moment in his campaign.
Yeah, and you know, none of these races to 5 he's going to be a huge underdog. That's just how races to 5 are in Nineball, but he's going to have to win some of those matches where he's labeled an underdog, and you would say a little bit in this match. And he's overrun the mark a little bit here. He may have to draw on the short side of the 7 here. I don't think he's going to go with a high ball. Maybe be able to hold it, pull it back on the right side of the 8. I think he's going across though. Yeah. So again, a shot when it's needed a little power is off the mark by some piece.
Yeah, that's been his biggest struggle really for the last few racks. So Strickland has the chance to change that narrative we were talking about a moment ago. Oh, but you cannot afford to do things like that.
No, and you know, when he shot the 6, of course he didn't get as much, you know, movement on the cue ball as he wanted, but just kind of negative immediately, and that carries on in this game. It really does. You know, and maybe even more so now for Earl than ever in his career, just because he overcame it before. And as you get older, those nerves set in a little bit more. I think emotions play a bigger part.
A story of errors this rack. Lion let Strickland off the hook with his miss on the 6. Strickland left himself a harder 7 than he would have ideally hoped for. Still would have hoped to pot it, but missed. Hasn't been let off the hook again. So, despite his first dry break of the match, Alex Pagulayan has won the 7th rack and is first to the hill at 4-3. Well, ordinarily, you would say Strickland's still in with a fighting chance here because he's got the break in the next rack, but of course we know that's been no advantage to him so far. Over on the other table, Chu Chi-ya 2-1 up on Kunlin. Having a little difficulty getting the scores through from that one. That is the latest score that we do have. Chu still looking for a first win after losing all 4 so far. Kunlin has also played 4, but does have 1 win on the board.
Yeah, Wu played a really solid match earlier today that he can lean on.
Most unpredictable tables I've ever seen. There's no way to predict what's going to happen.
The 8th rack, Earl Strickland to break. Trailing by
well, now would be a very good time from Strickland's point of view to finally make one off the break.
Well, there's the 6 ball. He's made the cue ball as well, though.
Make the ball out.
Ball in hand.
With ball in hand, you know what percentage with these players are, especially with such an open table.
And please start the clock.
Now he moved the cue ball in a little bit. Earl didn't make a ball, but of course the cue ball got lost as well. So looking a little lopsided for Earl at the moment.
If Strickland is to lose, it'll be his 4th defeat from 5 matches so far. But I would suggest it might be the one that's hardest to take, and his body language there would certainly suggest so, because he was right in contention here, had his opportunities. But we've seen Pagulayan miss a few, so let's not write this off just yet.
Yeah, but what they talk about with Alex is he's still very efficient when he's close to the ball. He gets in line, so I don't really see a power shot or anything like that that's going to be necessary here in this rack, so I like his chances. And this is a difficult format. You got to be really mentally stable. You know, there's going to be players that are feeling real good about things and after 2 or 3 days, and there's going to be some that seem like have all the pressure on them because they're going to need wins to advance. And Earl looks like he's going to be one of those players.
Pagulayan, on the other hand, will be feeling very pleased with his situation, because if he can just dispatch these last 3 balls, that'll be played 3, won 3. It's not been the highest quality match by any means, but it's certainly been interesting and unpredictable, much like Earl Strickland himself. But it's still going to be, it seems, another defeat for him. Pagulayan will go on to play 2 more matches this evening, back-to-back against Chu Chi-ya and Chris Melling. Strickland just 1 more to play today against Konrad Yasution, who's been in very good form here. The Pagulayan was 3-1 up, got pegged back to 3-all. Strickland had every chance to get to the hill first, but missed it. Pagulayan led 4-3. Strickland scratched off the break. Pagulayan has seen it out in the end to win by 5 racks to 3. 1 more match to come on the main table in this session. That's the world champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz against Skyler Woodward of the United States. We'll have that for you in about 5 minutes' time.
hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament
of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new RMS tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My RMS Ranger of Ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My RMS, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions!
It's time for a little bit of damage down.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
Contrasting starts for Earl Strickland and Alex Pagulayan in this Premier League, but Strickland certainly had his chances to end the Canadians' winning start, pulling back from 3-1 down to level at 3-all, but one or two mistakes at the wrong moments late in the match cost him, and Pagulayan got home to continue his 100% record. He and Albin Ocean, the only players who've won every match so far. But it's Conrad Usuchin, Jason Shaw and Naoki leading the way. They've all played a couple of matches more, though, than Ocean and Pagulayan. And down at the other end of the table, you can see a lot of players on one win, but plenty of time to turn it round and get into that top 10 who'll make it through to the weekend. And over on table 2, that's what's gone on so far today. Plenty of close finishes. Naoki, the only remotely comfortable winner over So-Soa, 5-2. Close one going on there at the moment. Chu Chi-Yu is, 3-2 down. In fact, against Kunlin, she is looking to level at 3-all there. And there'll still be Sanyan Pelovanovic and Konrad Yasusin to come on that table in this session. And here on the main table, we've just had that win for Alex Pagulayan. Chris Melling had beaten Shane Van Boening a little earlier. 1 win, 1 defeat for Jason Shaw in his back-to-back matches. Seems a long time now since Kunlin kicked off the session with a comprehensive 5-1 win over Long Duptien. So to round things off on the main table in this afternoon's play, it's the world champ. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, very much the man of the moment on the international pool stage. His opponent, Skyler Woodward, someone who, for some years now, really, I think has been bubbling under. Jeremy, you've looked at Woodward and thought maybe could he make that breakthrough into becoming one of the very best players, and he hasn't quite done it yet. But if he's looking for encouragement, he only needs to look at the man in the opposite corner, because he was in that position a year ago, and look what he's done since.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Skyler showed some real class at the end of last year, had a great Moscone Cup, and he's got a heck of a schedule this year, which I think only serve him well, trying to get the titles that he wants to win on the big table with the best players in the world. Not the start he wanted here, a dry break, but a little fortunate the cue ball got covered up. Could tell caught a little more of the one than he wanted. Cue ball got up table easily. Yeah, and Skyler's definitely justifiably could say to himself, why not me, right? Definitely has the skills, he has the heart to be able to take these tournaments off.
And you talk about big stage experience, you look at what he's done in Moscone's. It's not a case at all that he can't produce under pressure, because if you can produce the way he has in so many Moscones in recent times, you can produce anywhere.
Yeah, and that may be just what he needs, of course, just like most of the players, but get in the biggest moment, the finals of one of these events or semifinals, to get where the pressure is at its highest, and just like the Moscone, and maybe that's what it'll take for him to get across the line. But
please play again, Francesco.
This is where he's very good and a lot better than what appears, I think, at times for Sky's game, playing some percentage pool. Now, he had a plan in mind, because taking no time, Ruiz. Pretty smart shot there, just to get the snooker. It's not going to be a hard ball to hit or a hard ball to control the kick, but from a difficult situation, a lot of class there.
.30 is the key number for Skyler Woodward. That's the landmark age he's going to reach in May of this year. And it's also his current world ranking. No doubt at all he has the potential to be significantly higher than that.
Yeah, I think the only people on the planet that don't want that to happen are the other players. Really let him get a little taste of that victory lane here in the bigger events.
Shane Van Boening has really been left to stand alone as an American among the top bracket of players over the last number of years. If anyone is to make the step up and join him there, I think Woodward would be top of pretty much everyone's list of contenders.
A little short of the mark there. So you're going to see a return safety of some sort, probably a similar one, chipping the 1 and bring the cue ball back behind the 9, using the 2 to contain the 1. And you said 30. We talked about the end earlier and his age, the Vietnamese player. On our break, I got to ask him. We had to use a little Google translator, but he's 30 years old.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doesn't look good.
I would have lost that bet by some margin. I'd put him at early 20s at the best. player's a little light with the safeties.
Kunlin closing in on second win from 2 matches today. He's just going to the hill now at 4-3 against Chu Chi Yu, otherwise known as Rita Chu, women's world champion.
Oh, look at this shot. Does he take on the super thin cut in the side on the 1? I think this shot was kind of by design, to be honest with you. I think maybe he thought he had a chance to play the 1 off the 8 cross side, or maybe the 8 in the corner, taking on the thin cut. And he's fluked to 6. He's going to end up with some type of offensive shot if he elects to take it on. See him kicking across here. He's going to try and hit the top side of it. Bottom side's okay also. Get a little separation. Haven't seen a ton of this the first 2 days. Battling for the shot. Several innings played.
Battle may just have ended in favor of FSR.
And it looks like an obvious side pocket shot on the 1, and maybe he rolls this in and takes the thin cut on the 2, but I wouldn't be surprised he takes the 1 on in the corner. He can cue a little bit the center of the ball.
Extension, please.
Shooting beside the 7. Now he's going to size up. If I roll this in the side, I don't think he can go very far forward. He's just going to kind of draw over. Didn't realize he had that much of the cue ball. It's going to help things holding on the 2 to the 3. He can come above the 3 a good foot or so. Doesn't have to baby this too much.
Marginally the older of the 2, recently turned 31. Big number for him, of course, is 1, the world ranking position that he rose to during a stellar 2022. Not only that, but by winning the World Championship, he stretched himself into an enormous lead at the top of the standings. Points still being added on at the moment. He's been accumulating them since the start of 22. By the end of this year, we'll have the first full 2-year based world ranking list. Now that's going to be quite a prestigious thing to be top of. He's in a very strong position to do that at the moment.
Yeah, it would almost take a year of what he did last year to overcome it.
One thing you would say is there are more big money tournaments than ever now to turn things around, but the 2 big ones to win, because they've far more points than any of the others, are the World and the US Open. And, well, he's won them both in the last 6 months.
He'll be in them again to try and win them again. So catching him is going to be some feat here in 2023. A little closer to the side than he maybe wanted with the cue ball.
The tactical battle went his way, and then he had to switch into potting mode, which he's done. So Francisco Sanchez Ruiz wins the opening rack.
I don't know if you can notice, Michael, but already a little more pep in his step than we saw yesterday from Ruiz.
Yeah, well, he just arrived in. When did he actually get here from America?
Well, I saw him get dropped off by the shuttle. I think it was around, I don't know, 11:30 yesterday as I was heading up to the arena.
And then played 3 matches after that, so I'm sure he'll have had a good night's sleep. Yeah, he was over in the States, almost won the 10 ball.
The second wreck, Francesco Sanchez
Beaten in the final by Strickland, who became world 10 ball champion for the 2nd time. But of course, the one that really matters these days is the world 9 ball, which he won last month. And he's also won the opening rack here.
Took a little speed off. Made the corner ball, made the one up in the upper right corner, now snookered on the 2. So possibly another tactical battle between these champions. And this may be more of a rollout to a kick shot. It's difficult though.
Push out caught. The option, Skyler.
This is where even if you don't like it sometimes, you have to understand that Ruiz is going to figure out something that's good.
Kunlin's good day has continued. He's just shaken hands, as you saw there, on a 5-3 win over Chu Chi Yu. So having lost all 3 yesterday, Wu has won both his matches so far today. As for Chu, the women's world champion, is still looking for her first win after 5 attempts.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something, like what I was getting at is sometimes you don't like something, but you got to realize what your opponent and who your opponent is behind you and take on something you don't like.
Well, what do you mean by that in this situation, JJ?
Well, just, you know, sometimes the shot is like, oh, if I could miss hit it a little bit and give up the shot, and that's always the mental case you deal with a lot of push outs. But what my point is, you almost have to take the execution part of it on yourself rather than Ruiz come behind you and execute at a high level. So see that a lot. You got to be very aware of it as well. You could easily pass on a shot that looks like, you know, a very disturbing situation, but really you're supposed to take it on, even though it's difficult. Like even here, you know, I mean, he's got an open look at this ball, but nothing easy to return with. So maybe recognizing that prior to passing the rollout. Those things matter, especially in a race to 5, of course. They matter in all sets, especially at this level. Like here, I'm not sure what the shot is. Is he going in behind the 5, trying to? He's going to get a double kiss, maybe get a little fortunate. Really smart shot there, using the 9 to hold the 2, doing what he can with the cue ball. Kept it real simple too, because he didn't know how the 2 was going to come off the 9 exactly, so he just played speed to put him on the end rail. Well, this guy's got a nice kick shot here. Oh, he's edging the ball. I thought he could kick behind it. Oh, that was thin, Michael.
Continued the good form since that world title success. We mentioned how close he went to the 10-ball title. Was also in the final of the Euro Tour event in Tallinn in Estonia. last month and was beaten in the final by Mohamed Soufi, who he had defeated in that world final in Poland. All that momentum that he's built up over the last 14 months or so just keeps on rolling.
Yeah, and momentum agrees with everyone's style, but especially his, in my opinion. Or he's one of the few that I think it really helps him.
Why do you think that particularly about him?
Well, he's just a confident player anyways. I mean, so it kind of suits his style. Once things get rolling, that's where he's very difficult. Most players are, but just kind of goes with him as a whole, I think. Very confident player, doesn't question himself much. You can see he pulls the trigger quickly when he's down on the ball, and once he makes a decision, he goes with it. Doesn't really question much. And the more you win, the more that really, you know, kind of rings true. All right, touchy shot here. A couple ways to play it. You can knock the 2 heavy around up to the top rail using the 9 to hold the cue ball. You could play it soft, trying to play behind the 9. You got to hit it well, and that wasn't what he wanted at all.
So again, the tactical exchange yields a rack-winning chance for Sanchez Ruiz. Talked about his confidence, and I'm sure the belief has always been in there that he could become one of the very best players in the world. And he has spoken about how significant it was for him to win the Derby City at the start of last year. And although that isn't one of the very biggest titles in the game, it would have a lot of prestige, quite a bit of history behind it. And I think he went from someone who then believed he could win big tournaments to someone who knew he could do it, and just steadily improved as the year went on. UK Open final, then part of the World Cup win with Spain, kicking on to all the success he's had since then, winning the 2 biggest titles in pool, becoming a Mosconi Cup player for the first time, and sorry, Jeremy, ending up on the winning team there as well.
Yeah, with that Derby City, one thing about it, to start the year, if you win it, you have to play a ton of pool. Many rounds to go through that event. And of course, having to face a lot of great players as well. So, and that's just like any tournament you win. Winning, you just can't replace it. It doesn't matter what the quality of the event is. It just it leads towards more winning.
So some good all-round play in the first couple of racks for Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, and he's won them both against Skyler Woodward. Just getting started over on the other table, Sanyin Pelovanovic and Konrad Yasuchin, who was making all the early running, won his first 4 matches and then went down to a surprise defeat to Soa earlier today. I'll keep you up to date on how that's going. Skyler Woodward then. 1 or 2 moments to regret early on, but he does have the break here and a chance to start turning this round.
Skyler Woodward to break. Trailing 2-0.
Yeah, dry break, another push out here, so good chance we're into another tactical situation.
Both breaks dry so far for the American.
And he passed on a push out in the last game.
Push out call.
We'll see what he decides here after Ruiz moves the cue ball into position.
Skyler, your option again.
It looks like the 4-8 are sitting nice to keep the cue ball behind, maybe come off the left side of the 1 just slightly. banking the 1 over to the left side rail, bringing the cue ball up behind the 4-8. He played it heavier, smart shot. Trying to get a little distance between them. Did lead the jump. Ruiz will attack with the jump, maybe trying to get the cue ball 1 rail into the 3 to hold position for the 2. I think he will attack this jump shot. He's trying to see how much of this he's got. He may have to swerve this a little bit, bring the 2 out and cue ball to the end rail like that. He's had good touch on everything so far today.
Come on. Extension, please.
He's brought out the break cue, using it as a full length jump cue to get a little more mass into the cue ball, maybe draw on the cue ball. Just a little jump over the great shot.
Talked about Woodward trying to make the sort of breakthrough that Sanchez Ruiz has managed over the last 12 months. Well, in order to do that, you've got to be at the events, and through no fault of his own, he wasn't even at the World Championship last month. Had some travel issues, so wasn't able to get to Poland. You don't get that many opportunities to play in a World Championship while you're in your peak years, so to even miss one, it's a real blow. You consider he also missed another one like everyone else during COVID.
Looks like the 6 passes the 8. He's got other options if it's a little snug. And he's going to look coming around the 7 to play the 6 in the upper right. Well, it looks like he's going to stick to his original plan, come down the right side of the table with the cue ball.
Yasushin looking to bounce back swiftly from his first defeat of the tournament. Has just taken the opener against Sanjin Pelovanovic on table 2. Table 2 available on Matchroom Multisport YouTube if you want to watch the action there at any time throughout the 8 days here in Leicester.
And he's overhit this a bit. So he's got to pay attention not only to the 8, but speed off the 8 coming down for the 9.
Well, he's taken his chance well here. And he needed to. Stemming the early FSR tied. And the Spanish player still leads, but now it's 2 racks to 1.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. An immovable object. Something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament. The majors in the game.
Up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
I understand.
really needed to do something to rein in Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. He got his chance in the third rack and took it very effectively. FSR still leading 2-1 as he breaks.
Again, missing the one, but did get a kiss on the corner ball down in the lower left corner pocket. It's got a thin one ball here. It is playable, but nothing easy. Doesn't want to roll out in this situation at all. Wonder if he's entertaining a safety. I don't think he can see that much of the one, though, to really play a very confident, controlled safety.
Extension, please. Push out called.
Not going to change it a whole lot, just offer a little bit more of the one to look at. He's offered a lot more. I got to believe Sky takes this, knocking the one 2 rails by the pink 4, trying to come back up on the pink 4. Cut shot's not terrible. I mean, it's not easy. But if he shot at it, you couldn't blame him. Containing safety, not the best, but not the worst.
As we've said, Sanchez Ruiz last year became only the 2nd Spanish player ever to make the European Mosconi Cup team, emulating his good friend David Alcady. He won 2 of his 3 doubles, but he only played 1 singles and lost it, and that was against Skyler Woodward.
Nice shot there, really watching the one ball, though didn't want that ball to leak, knowing how good Skyler Woodward is with the short cue. Took a little chance trying to bank that in. Mainly played the safety. And there's that jump shot.
Underlining what you were saying. Of the current top players, Jeremy, who would you say stands above everyone else as the best with the jump cue?
I think everyone would agree. Fedor Gorst. Jesus Atencio's up there as well. Of course, you wouldn't put him upper class as far as the top players, but Skyler under pressure seems to be a guy that knocks a lot of them in. And the guy he's playing, to be fair, it's got to be top 5 or 6 FSR.
You have a left there.
Josh Filler's really good with it. Doesn't pull it out quite as often as some others, but when he does, seems to be
you want to have it?
Successful at a high rate. So big shot there, a big moment for Sky. He only won 1 out of 3 yesterday, and he starts this day off against FSR and then ends the day with 2 matches late. So if he wins this match, that time between matches would be a lot easier on the brain versus losing it.
Yeah, he'll be playing those other 2 matches back to back later tonight, and the second of them will be against his World Cup Mosconi Cup teammate, SVB.
Good decision, just keeping it on the short side there. That was very natural and easy. Easy decisions, especially in an event where you play so many matches. That really helps things.
it's been hard work at times, but this has been a very good effort from Woodward. He was 2-0 down. Now he's level at 2 apiece. Over on table 2, Konrad Yasushin has been going so well here, leading 2-0 against Sanjin Pelovanovic, but the young man from Bosnia and Herzegovina is 2 balls away from closing to 2-1. If there was one aspect of Woodward's game, Jeremy, that you feel he could do with improving on to take that next step up we've been talking about into the very top bracket of players, what would it be?
Probably away from the match table, to be fair. I mean, probably a little bit, taking a little bit of notes from the other guys on their training. Really dedicated himself last year, though, putting in a lot more time, and I think we saw it towards the end of the year. You know, Skyler's got, you know, family man now, and some things he's got to schedule in, you might say, to make sure he gets that quality time at the practice table. I always tell him I don't need 1,000 balls a day from you. I need 300 quality balls a day, and that would bode well for him. He really has all the game. I mean, you know, when he's really playing, he's a very efficient player, and you could see the last 2 racks that he won were both from some incredible jump shots to get started. So he's real crafty on the safety side of things. I think sometimes lacks a little power when it comes to breaking the balls when it's needed, but still not terribly bad.
And when you say family man now, tell us about his situation.
Yeah, well, him and his lady, his fiance, and they have a child, and now into a new home, and he's just you know, so busy when he is home. He likes to spend a lot of time with those two, and you can't blame him. Here's another jump cue. He's going to play safe here, though, just knocking that around. Oh, he wanted to draw into the 3. He's going to be upset, especially if the 1 opens up, and it has. You know, FSR's got to make a nice 1 ball here, but it's going to be an even sweeter 2 ball to watch him shoot as he sends it down the rail and trying to gain position on the 3.
Extension called.
It looks like maybe he's trying to get above the 2. He's going to stay below it. Really nice. And maybe a shot like that is a definition of what he's done the last 18 months. And what I mean by that is, seems like all the little touchy situations where it could have been, you know, maybe not as good an outcome as possible, he always seems to get the premium out of things, and that's a hard thing to do for an extended period of time in 9-ball pool, and probably why he's really made one of the most incredible runs that ever has been in the game, and maybe even more incredible than most because of the caliber of so many great players these days.
Extension called.
I think he felt there that he hadn't got a correct contact with the 2 ball, ended up missing it by some way.
Yeah, that was a surprise. So not too happy about it either. Should chip the 2 into the 3 here and run the cue ball. He may be playing the bank, going into the 3 for position. Well, this is a little unlucky to pocket the 3. He may have a gap on the 4. But you could see he was playing a two-way shot with a little shape in mind as well. So is it going to be another jump shot, or can he get at this? Looks like he can get at it. Maybe playing the safety coming across the 4, trying to bank it back up table. Is it enough speed, though? Going to be close. Kind of get the feeling that Filler has helped some players since he's hit the scene, and you know, Ruiz, of course, justifiably so. He would tell you that David Alcadius had the biggest part in his, you know, success outside of himself. But a lot of times FSR reminds me of Filler when it comes to pulling the trigger on such difficult shots.
Yeah, Joshua Filler was runner-up in this tournament last year, and if you're wondering why he isn't here, he was invited, but had already made travel plans and figured he couldn't get back from the United States in time to take part here. So that was his decision, and I know he was very disappointed to miss the event, and I'm sure he'll be back in 2024. Back in the present day, it's 3-2 now to the world number 1, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, regaining the initiative after losing the last 2 racks. And looking to make it 3 wins out of 4 so far. Did get through to the second phase last year, but went no further.
Rack 6. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz to break, leading by 3 racks to 2.
It looks like a dry break. Cue ball's going to get up behind the 2 with an open 1 ball, so as often as we say it, a difficult push-out situation.
Push-out's called.
Type of one you'd like to tie a ball up, trying to give you a little bit of cover for later in the rack.
3 dry outcomes from the 6 breaks we've seen so far, but that's the first for Sanchez Ruiz.
Option Francisco.
Yeah, and he tried to move the 6 into a difficult situation, and hard to figure Ruiz not taking this on one way or another. I don't think he'll pass it. He may not go offensive, but I don't think you're going to see him pass on this.
Please play against
Wow, that's surprising to me. I mean, normally if he didn't like the safety in this position, he would just go ahead and try and knock the 1 in, but maybe not feeling it at the moment. I think Skyler will attack. Surprising pass there from Ruiz. I mean, the guy that knocks in the tough ones so often.
(3-1) now to Konrad Yasusin over on table 2 against Sanjin Pelovanovic. Pelovanovic playing his first match of the day, won 2 out of 3 on day 1.
Yeah, he overcut that a bit, so the cue ball ran on him now over the 6 and has to go into the 5 a bit with the 8 near, so a little bit of an awkward situation. Really a missable ball when they're cueing like this as well. He's trying to find a pocket for the purple 5. He's only got the upper left corner. Good thing is you can kind of roll this and play a little bit of a 2-way, putting the cue ball behind the 7 for not only shape on the 6, but a hair of a safety if he misses. He caught it thick. Maybe had a little bit too much of that safety in mind.
Attention, please.
Pull's always so amazing, Michael. One ball on that side of the table, and that's where it ends up behind. Looks like he can get a little piece of it, though. It's got to move.
Well, this could be very frustrating for Woodward. He was 2 racks behind. He's battled so hard and so well most of the time to get right back into the contest, but it looks as though he could be about to go 2 racks behind again, and this time with his opponent going to the hill. Still a little bit of work to do, though.
Yeah, that speed is going to be just okay, I think. It's close.
It really is very tight, and you could see Sanchez Ruiz frozen in time there with the anxiety of waiting for the cue ball to stop.
Yeah, he's got to play the cross corner bank. It's got to go as well. He's left a cut shot here. Much more of a shot than he wanted to leave, and
a good chance passed up. Will he get another one? Doesn't look like it now. So big rack for Woodward to win. This will be 3 out of the last 4. But he's still got 2 breaking racks to come, should he need them. Sanchez Ruiz in singles at the Moscone and has a chance of beating them here in Leicester this afternoon. It's 3-all.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. As it's been from in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
We've seen so many close finishes over this first day and a half of the 2023 Premier League. And we're in for another one here. Skyler Woodward has won 3 of the last 4 racks against the world #1, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. It's now 3-all, and the American has got the break in rack 7. third time in 4 attempts in this match. He's come up dry.
Yeah, and most of those, it's been a push-out situation. That's not the case here in rack number 7. Definitely an offensive play and pretty decent one. Not easy, but cue ball will have a little speed. You can add a little bit of right English, seeing the right side of the table fairly clear. Oh, wow. I'm surprised he tried to come 2 cushions there. Thought he would float that in and just, you know, roam down the table with the cue ball, taking a little longer shot on the 2.
Extension, please.
You may have to dig on this cue ball here and just bank the 1 away and take your chances where the 1 goes, trying to bring the cue ball behind the 2. Otherwise, I'm not sure what else the shot is. You try to do it with a high ball. The 1's not going to contact anything, and it's going to come around, get a little opened up. He's playing the safety here. No, he's attacking.
Meanwhile, on table 2, Sanjin Pelovanovic has availed of ball in hand to clear the last 4 balls and stay in it. 4-2 down now against Konrad Yasution.
Got a little straighter here on the 4 than desired, and the 5-6 is really the work. You can see a little look to the gods there. Now he's going to have to set up some type of roll shot on the 5 just to play the 6 up in the upper left-hand corner. Don't really think he tries to press it here, trying to get the cue ball off the rail much. Confident stroke there. Just got to pay attention to the speed here on the draw stroke. Yeah, he didn't get there. And didn't really go look, right, Michael? Kind of got down and shot in a very uncharacteristic FSR.
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking exactly the same. And maybe didn't give that due care and attention. And
extension, please.
Looked like he'd done the hard work. Sensing he isn't entirely feeling himself, seems to be sniffing a lot. Maybe he's picked up something on his travels over from the States. Doesn't seem to be feeling 100%.
No, he definitely mentioned it yesterday that had caught a little bit of a head cold the last couple of days there in Vegas. I feel his pain.
Oh, really seems to be distracting him. Yeah, I know you're battling something similar. Bearing in mind all the time we've spent in this booth today, Jeremy, I'd probably be battling it tomorrow.
Well, let's hope not. All right, he thinned one early in this match. That was super impressive. Needs another one here. Oh, he's going for the bank. Wow, what a shot.
So, it looked as though FSR would be first to the hill. Instead, it's Woodward.
Skyler Woodward wins the rack.
He continues his turnaround. He now leads 4-3. Sanchez Ruiz will have the break in the next rack. Of course, neither player has run out from the break at any point in this match, so this is still very much in the balance. Konrad Yasution in play. Well, Halovanovic coming to the table now with perhaps a chance to close to 4-3 in that one.
The 8th rack, Skyler Woodward is on the hill.
So Skyler Woodward has a chance here to make it 2 wins out of 4, and this would be a really significant victory in the context of this tournament over the world number 1. Let's see what FSR can produce. Well, he's come up dry for the 2nd attempt in a row.
Yeah, a very ugly rack and an ugly situation here to start. One near the side. 3/8s kind of jumbled up. The 5/9s near each other. Most likely a push-out situation. Push out up to the top rail.
It's your option, Francesco.
I'll tell you, he's left the cue ball. I'll tell you, the 1-4 combination, the bank combination looks very playable. He's not going to take any time on the easy safety. And I'm not saying there were a lot of places to go with the push out, but he didn't get the cue ball near as far, you know, up to that end rail, that top rail like he wanted. And now a difficult spot. He's going to try and kick and hit the 1 into the 2 and try and maybe guide the cue ball back behind the 5/9, maybe even way up table behind the 6.
Extension, please.
Yeah, trying to get up table as much as he could. Not sure if FSR can get him back behind that 5/9. That would be ideal. Kind of banking the 1 towards the 7. You better hope that goes in. It's going to give up a shot otherwise.
Made him wait for a split second on the lip before dropping.
Yeah, and you figure him to play safe on the 2 here, but with the 4 hanging, he may go offensive trying to slide off the 2 and play the 4. Wants to catch rail first, probably, like that. Was hoping the 2 opened up the 5/9. That was part of the offensive shot, the aggression. Narrowly went by the 9, but didn't open it.
Foul stroke.
And now he's opened it in a bad way. So now ball in hand. Some chance to take care of that tough 3 ball. The 5/9 got opened there on that mistake from Skyler. And looking at a 4-4 match here shortly.
Would be Woodward's first hill finish of the tournament. For Sanchez Ruiz, it would be his 3rd in a row.
And here you can brush the 8 to open for the 7 as well later in the rack. So that worked out nicely.
Well, this was timely. He'd only won one of the previous 5 racks. But now, for the 3rd match in a row, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz going to go the distance. He's levelled with Skyler Woodward at 4-all. Woodward will have the break in the deciding rack, but break has not been his friend in this match. 3 of his 4 previous attempts have been dry. This would be a very good time to start turning that round. Over on the other table, Sanjin Pelovanovic from 4-1 down now trails 4-3 against Konrad Yasusin. Pelovanovic with 2 wins out of 3, Yasusin with 4 from 5. So both players looking to build on a decent start in this tournament. So here we go then, one more rack on the main table in this afternoon session, and it will be Skyler Woodward to start it off.
He's made the one on the side. The 8's going to get in the way here. I'll tell you, it's going to be hard for him. It's a difficult jump, but hard not to jump at this with the 3-5 combination. Very playable from a lot of places. Very hard to roll out to a little better jump shot without FSR taking it on.
Push.
That's what he's going to do. And I think FSR is going to take this shot on.
Please play against Skyler.
Wow, I'm surprised he passed this. I mean, this guy's already buried 2 big jump shots to get back in this match. Now he has another, maybe close it out.
Yeah, that really is astonishing, actually, I would go so far as to say, because even as jump shots go, it wasn't one of the more difficult ones, and as you said earlier in the match, Woodward very adept at this sort of shot.
And so is FSR. I mean, not only looking at what your opponent might do, but kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier as far as taking it on yourself versus waiting for your opponent to maybe have a blunder, right? All right, and don't get in a hurry here. This is the shot to really finish the match off. He's made the difficult ones, but
just have to wonder, is he really thinking straight? We know he's got a bit of jet lag, he's got the head cold. Decision now looks much more likely than not to cost him the match.
Yeah, and the funny thing about that decision is, you know, position was like pretty automatic with the 5 hanging. You could play the 3 onto the 5 a number of ways, and you could even see when Skyler was rolling out, he knew he was in a bad spot, probably not going to, maybe not get back to the table at all, and FSR passed it. That was a shocker.
Woodward was 2-0 down in this match. Even then, he might have reflected he could just as easily have been 2-0 in front. Responded well, levelled at 2-all, again at 3-all, and was first to the hill at 4-3. In this deciding rack, I think what we'll be talking about is that very surprising decision in the push-out stage. Ultimately, it's turned out to be Sanchez Ruiz's last act in this match. Skyler Woodward has beaten him by 5 racks to 4 and moves on to 2 wins from 4. Sanchez Ruiz is in the same position in the group table. That concludes the afternoon session on the main table. Very interesting way for it to finish. And let's have a look at the situation then on this second day of the Premier League. Woodward running the cue ball along the table there, trying to make some point, I think, about the way it was rolling. Continuing the conversation about that with Marcel Eckhart. So I believe we are going to have a look at the league table now. Okay, so we don't have that, so let's see the order of play. This is what's happened on the main table today. Kunlin getting that first win earlier in the day. Naoki Oi then beating Jason Shaw, who bounced back to just get home against Chu Chi Yu. Chris Melling claiming the scalp of SVB. Alex Pagulayan defeating Earl Strickland to continue his good start. And then we've just seen the win for Skyler Woodward. And over on table 2, Conrad Yasution continued his winning start, but then had his first defeat. Long Duptien came through in a hill finish against the young Saudi Arabian Khalid Al Ghamdi. Naoki Oi then followed on with a win. Kunlin got another one on the board after that. And I can tell you that last match there has just gone 4-4 between Pelovanovic and Yasution. And you can go to the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel if you'd like to see how that one finishes up. So that's it. We will be back a little later this evening. First up on the main table in the evening session will be Jason Shaw against Albin Ocean. That will certainly be one to join us for. But thanks for your company this afternoon.